Good morning to all. This is the first session of the second virtual room, and the theme is going to be lighting and heritage. So you're all welcome, and let me just say a few words about the titles of the lectures that we're going to listen to. So, Exterior Lighting and Collective Memory, The Case of Coastal Areas by Harasigala and Guriotegirki. The second one will be Light Qualities of Ancient Greece, a contemporary approach for the lighting design of archaeological and cultural heritage by Athanasivi and Nikos Vizavakis. And the third one will be Emerging from Oblivion, Accent Lighting for the Castle of Livadia. By Lucas Aguilis, Dorena Mulu, that is myself, and Haras Segala. Just a few words about the procedure that we're going to follow. So all the panelists, in order to pose a question, and as you can see, the questions will be at the end of all three lectures, they can speak. But the attendees, they do not have authorization for video or microphone. So please use the question and answers section that you can find below on your screen. Can you all see the question and answer section? Okay, I don't say anything, but I hope that you all do. So it's about time. Please, Ms. Sigala, can you start your presentation? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Darina, and good morning to everyone. So I should share my screen now. And begin. First paper is about the exterior lighting and collective memory for the cases of coastal areas. Now, this research studies the relation between and the collective memory in the coastal areas. Coastal areas are considered to be places of historical interest in waterfront cities that carry on the traditions and the local myths over the centuries. At the same time, they consist the border of the city, where land meets the water, and for this reason, the design of the landscape is. Let me share my. So lighting is one of the most significant factors on the final exterior image during night. So, and this often, the lighting to the moments of the collective memory and the people. So the purpose of the study is lighting suggestions for seaside areas, highlight the seaside areas and the collective memory of the people. So for the methodology, the theory of the research is based on the analysis of the collective memory as an integral part of the urban architecture, especially in the coastal historic parts of the city. The design concept can derive from local myths and tradition. Also, for the methodology, we studied the special characteristics and specifications of lighting design in a marine environment, taking into account the maintenance, the light pollution, and the requirements for the lighting levels. A variety of studies regarding coastal areas, there is a lack of studies dealing with the concept of this lighting design that actually creates the atmosphere in the final experience of people when moving around in these urban historical parts of the. So collective memory and design. Collective memory refers to how a social group remembers the past, sharing the same pool of memories, knowledge, and information that is associated with its identity. The goal is to preserve history, but also has a constantly changing and updated meaning so as to provide a reapproach of an event that took place in a specific area. Historical elements that contribute to the reconstruction of memory are the urban myths, the informal stories, and the monuments. According to Aldo Rossi, who considered the city as the locus of the collective memory, collective memory becomes an integral factor of urban design when it comes to all parts of the city, such as the coastal areas. Historical, geographical, and cultural factors shape the collective memory and the identity of a place and form the approach of the local society. This fact often inspires the designers to create a successful atmosphere in popular landmarks such as gathering places or historical routes and monumental places. Collective memory can become a design tool that gives a familiar character to a location, recalling experiences, memories, and pleasant feelings. As Italo Calvino mentioned, the city is a container versus this container from end to end. So within this field, new routes, stories, and experiences are constantly being drawn. For the seaside lighting from city, we could say that brings together activities like entertainment, recreation, and relaxation, since they are open air areas with a nice sea view. Landscape design is always interesting, including long promenades, ramps, and benches designed in different levels and along the coastline. This fact gives lighting an important role not only to create a pleasant and safe environment, also to highlight these architectural elements, upgrading the whole image of the area during the night. Compliance, of course, with the lighting standards for exterior ensures the necessary lighting levels in the ground, the vertical hemispherical illumination, and the uniformity, so we can establish the feeling of security, the good orientation, and the easy wayfinding. The marine environment requires high standards, the specification of the lighting equipment for maintenance reasons. The protection of the biodiversity of the area is in high priority, and it is achieved by avoiding the direct lighting in vegetation and water, using warm lighting temperature and installing a control system that actually sets the minimum lighting levels during the night. So taking into account all the above restrictions and guidelines, we have collected all the possible lighting techniques that could be applied in a waterfront project. The various lighting methods have been categorized by type of application, such as areas, stairs, vertical surface. The aesthetical result of these techniques were analyzed and linked to possible meanings and feeling deriving from the processing of the collective memory. So the research of seaside studying different case studies all over the world, analyzing the concept, the lighting techniques according to the landscape, the design priorities, and the contribution of the collective memory. So these are two. First of all, the Bournemouth in UK by Michael Grubb Studio. The concept derives from the story of a princess dated back in the 19th century and used to place candles in order to make an illuminated route through the gardens and towards the sea. Now, the result of the project was to achieve an all-encompassing lit experience that provides a range of lighting scenes, and the collective memory plays a major part in this project, since a local myth becomes the concept of this waterfront area. The second was for the case of the Pierre in the city of Southend-on-Sea by Studio Fractal and Jadfer. This waterfront city has a rich history that is depicted in a long seaside promenade, designed actually 200 years ago, and nowadays is considered to be the longest in Europe. The concept of this outstanding lighting design was to revive moments of the collective memory, as well as to emphasize on the financial growth of the city nowadays, using the color of the local stores along the promenade. Based on this methodology and using the theoretical references presented above, lighting concept was proposed for the coast of Avros in the city of Volos in Greece. The story dates back to 1955, when a big earthquake took place in the area and changed the seaside landscape, influencing the local collective memory. In order for the incident to revive, the area was separated in surfaces with various levels, which symbolize the cracks created by this earthquake. So in accordance with the result of a possible, the proposal illuminates emerging landscape that symbolizes elements of the past. Here we can see applications for the path lighting, for the seating areas, the exterior statues, the vegetation and the trees, and the water. And all of these concepts are linked to different parts of the local history and tradition. So in this context, visitors have the opportunity to recall memories through, let's say, theatrical experience, while at the same time enjoy the sea view in an interesting lit environment. So taking into account that artificial lighting to create an atmospheric environment where pedestrians can perceive differently the various stimuli of the outdoor space, we focus on the coastal areas, how a proper lighting installation can achieve the upgrade of these areas and include interesting experiences through wandering and entertainment. The key behind the concept of these experiences is the collective memory that actually includes all the historical incidents and the local stories. This way we can preserve the local history, the identity of the place. So we can conclude that lighting becomes a design tool that highlights the tradition and also transforms an important part of the waterfront city into an attractive area. Lighting design plays preserving the collective memory of a place, since it forms the everyday image of the city. Thank you very much. Dorina, I think you are muted. Could you please open your microphone?
So sorry, I thought I was.
No, okay.
Okay, so thank you very
Put on
much.
my image again because I had a problem with my connection.
Oh, okay. So we'll talk about this very interesting lighting approach later on. And now we're going to give the floor to Athina Sivi and Nikos Kivizadakis for the lighting qualities in ancient Greece.
Hello. Just a moment, I have to share my screen. Sorry. Good morning. I'm Athina Sivi, electrical engineer and lighting designer, with Nikos Trivizadakis, archaeologist at Ephorate of Antiquities of Thessaloniki region of Hellenic Ministry of Culture and Sports. And we have worked on this study, intrigued by the exciting and yet very difficult lighting design process of archaeological and heritage environments in an attempt to approach it from an alternative perspective. It's a fact that broad scientific knowledge, our title is Light Qualities of Ancient Greece, a contemporary approach for the lighting design of archaeological and cultural heritage. It's a fact that broad scientific knowledge in optics and light science sets the photometric principles for effective lighting systems, while great progress in lighting technology offers the means for the implementation of complicated and more sophisticated lighting design projects. Artificial light in our times is available, is accessible and affordable, giving countless capabilities for countless applications. Artificial light is functional, an architectural tool, an implement for artistic creation, one of the most supportive to contemporary lifestyle technological achievements. It's basically an inextricable component of human living, well-being and culture. Man not only has conquered artificial light in quality, variety and power, but has developed low-energy LED technology, upgrading lighting industry to eco-friendly and viable. Artificial light, the act of human, has changed the notion of light in people's minds. Artificial light is the light for the civilized world. And man, the little god, with all this magic, low-cost energy-saving lamps in his hands, who has the power to change the scenery, following the mood, the trends, spreading light all around, or blocking up the sun. Illuminating archaeological and heritage environments may seem to be an easy practice, but is it really? Unfortunately, new technologies and techniques cannot ensure a successful lighting result. Design practices that aim simply to space illumination as a means of extinguishing the darkness and making everything visible to human eye, or practices that focus on the aesthetic aspect of the lighting installation can only lead to poor and unbalanced solutions. In the case of cultural heritage applications, the lighting design process could be approached from a different view. Archaeological sites and monuments were constructed 1,000 years ago by societies where light was granted with different values. Could the light qualities of their time help us find a more thorough approach for heritage applications? Could a journey in time back to the ancient years enlighten us as to which light features are fundamental and may have been lost in the passing of time and maybe should be rediscovered? Referring to ancient Greece, light has a divine origin and is given via two natural elements, sun and fire. Light is considered God-inspired and at the same time it derives from nature. Sun, fire, light and darkness are closely connected to mythology, worship and symbolism in ancient Greek culture. God Helios and the myth of Prometheus are connected to the divine origin of the light. Hesiod's Theogony, ancient Greek mysticism, Greek temple orientation, the allegory of the cave are only some of the many examples of the important essence of light, radiated by sun rays or flame illumination, which are found in all cultural aspects of ancient Greek civilizations and many other ancient civilizations. So light is coming from God through elements of nature and brings to people life, warmth, safety, knowledge, enlightenment, and purification. Comparing qualities from modern and ancient times, we can see that apart from a symbolic character which follows light diachronically through the centuries, the identity, the origin, and the connection to darkness differ. By this comparison, what we think that really matters is that in these qualities of light that are missing from contemporary lighting or are partly present, hides the real substance of light for living creatures. We tend to forget light's vital impact on our health and well-being, its fundamental participation in human vision, its many essences, and its ability to bring magic in our lives. Its alternating sequence with darkness, which reveals its glory, emphasized by its absence. In other words, light was something greater than electric lamps for the ancient man. It was a gift given to mankind by God, by the universe, by physics laws. So when lighting up antiquities, we definitely should refer to light qualities of their time. First, divine origin and symbolism, natural characteristics relating to physical world, light and darkness interplay. Sun and fire, the sole light sources of ancient world, can become, through their physical characteristics, symbolisms and spiritual hypostases, an inspiration for modern lighting design. Grafting their qualities into modern lighting practices would confine the defects and at the same time result in a more thorough designing process for archaeological and cultural heritage lighting applications. This design process could have the following steps: setting visual needs to attain visual comfort photometry, deciding on the concept of the new lighting system inspired by its history and its use, giving natural features to the lighting system, designing the previously set requirements of visual comfort and ambient character with an interplay of light and darkness, adding color and shadow effects, choosing light equipment, luminaires, lamps, management to support the plan. The divine and symbolic character is interpreted as the given ambience, atmosphere, hidden symbolisms and meanings connected to the illuminating area, and can be inspired by its history and use in time. This quality revealed and expressed by the lighting solution is related to human emotions and spiritual awareness of the visitor. Natural features like ancient light coming out from fire and sun can give to contemporary lighting systems a more naturalistic and a human-centric character, harmonized to nature and human circadian rhythms. The antithetic collection of light and darkness can be deployed throughout the design process of setting light sources, choosing distribution flows, and finally creating light and dark spots, diffusion of sparkle and shadow. Drawing with light, color, shadow, and darkness can result to more balanced, sharp, and intriguing solutions. Our case study. In 1994, the archaeological excavation brought to light Tomb 3 at Agios Athanasios in Thessaloniki, Greece. It was probably the grave of a prominent military of ancient Greek Macedonia. The exquisite frieze and the exceptional paintings on the facade are totally saved. The theme of the frieze painting is a symposium. The two young guards by the door of the dead stand in sorrow. The archaeological site as it is today, the protective concrete building, the entrance hall, and the monuments area. The multiple lighting systems distract the viewer's attention from the monument and emphasize the outer protective construction. The suggested design process was followed to form a new proposal. The lighting solution was constructed on visual comfort standards and inspired by spiritual essence and symbolisms of monument's history and use, as the utterly dark last residence of a man. Our first step, standards of photometry, we defined the distinct areas, the different uses and possible scenarios, the right standards and directives for its use. In the solution, we propose the use of the entrance hall as an exhibition information area. Our concept. The main concept was the imaginary trip of the visitor from the world of the living to the world of the dead, starting from the exterior area, world of the living, inside the outer concrete building, downward and underground along the monument site. The visitor's route stops in front of the inaccessible inner area of the tomb, which is the dead soldier's last residence. The astonishing facade and the aspect of mysticism in the avatar of the tomb, as the afterlife hideaway of human soul, underlined and enhanced by the lighting system, should arouse emotions of wonder, meditation, and reverence. Our ideas included color temperature and flow distribution, warm to warmer along the downward path with upward low-intensity flow, and inside the tomb imitating afterlife human soul and otherworldly intense cool white light plate. After the second step, a new table was formed with the final parameters of the design with both photometry and concept. As for the natural characteristics, These were the color temperature which imitated the color of the flame of the torch and the distribution which could imitate the coming light, coming from the center of the Earth. The natural light could not be accessed, and if it was, it may be harmful for the paintings. Step 4, using the previous steps to start solving the system, drawing the areas highlighted, the lux levels, the shadows needed, the temperatures, and the flows. Finally, a little trigonometry, a bit of dialogues, giving flesh and blood, luminaires, and results. In our new proposal, the artificial light sources are adjusted on the steel and concrete structures of the outer protective building of the monument, mostly hidden from visitor sight, with their emerging flags in warm white CCTs. Linear luminaires for the outer area of the tomb, with a light imitating flame and a mystical otherworldly light, and projectors featuring the exquisite frieze and painting on the tomb's facade. Concluding, the notion of light is formed in people's minds throughout the centuries in relation to its origin and nature. At ancient times, light coming strictly from sun and fire obtained the attributes of magnificence and preciousness, the role of an important balancing factor in people's lives and morals. For our world, light is a scientific and technological achievement, a tool of man-made civilization. And after energy efficiency is achieved, we enter an era where quality is pursued. Light qualities of antiquity, spiritual essence, natural characteristics, and a light and darkness interplay would become the trailhead and path for a holistic, well-balanced design process that can lead to more creative and expressive solutions for archaeological and heritage applications, serving humans' needs for both senses and soul, vision and spirit. Finally, contemporary lighting design for archaeological sites and monuments we think that should be diachronic, not formed by contemporary trends of lighting technology or the architectural last decade aesthetics. Of course, latest lighting technology can indeed support and improve sophisticated projects with various white color temperature, effective light diffusion, UV and IR-free radiation apparatus, and low energy consumption installations. Thank you very much. Oops, sorry.
Okay, thank you very much. And also for keeping the time, which is very important. I would like to invite Professor Gillies for his presentation on action lighting on the castle of Louvain. I think you should turn your microphone on.
Sorry, my microphone. Good morning, everyone. Sorry. My name is Lucas Angelis. I'm an architect. I will present my study about accent lighting for the castle of Levadia, the city where I live. Supervisors for this project was Mrs. Moulou and Mrs. Sigala. Can I share my desk? It's okay?
Now it is, yeah.
Okay. Can I start?
Please do.
Monuments monuments are characterized of great importance to the urban environment and influence people's daily lives and collective memory. In many cases, their existence is undermined by abandonment and decay by intense presence of the city environment around them and by their unsuitable use and presentation. As a consequence, the monuments are separated from the urban landscape around them and their cultural meaning is obscure. This disturbance causes temporal and spatial disorientation. The relationship between the citizens and the history of their city is disrupted, creating a sense of uncertainty and apprehension about the future. The loss of monuments leads to unbalanced development and a loss of proper foundations. Avoidance of the above phenomenon can be achieved by redefining the urban landscape composition, including the monuments as an active part of it. Contemporary city life has extended urban activities until long after sunset. Therefore, the light image of the city has a great impact on the citizens' perception of the urban landscape. The relationship between the monuments, the city, and the citizens can be linked with a tool activated during nighttime, artificial lighting. Artificial lighting can enhance the values of monuments and at the same time it completely modifies the way the urban landscape is perceived. With light, elements of the forgotten past of the city can be restored and the collective oblivion can be reversed. The main aim of this study is to explore the significance of the perceiving monuments as a part of the city to which they belong. The further objective is to consider the possibilities offered by artificial architectural lighting in order to enhance monuments properly. This study is an attempt to analyze the value of a monument as an integral part of the city and to highlight it by using artificial lighting. A development modern city has a duty to comfort oblivion with a collective memory of its history and cultural heritage. The intention of this initiative is not to separate the monument from the city, but on the contrary, to reintegrate it and lay the basis for a new form of relationship in which monuments interact with the urban landscape. The Castle of Levadia, an inspection and fortification work of 35,000 acres, is the main subject of this study. Levadia is a city located in a fertile plain at the foot of Mount Helicon in central Greece, a strategic point for the controlling and large part of the country interior. The castle is situated in the most historical part of the city. The surrounding terrain, the springs of Lithia and Mimosini, feed the life-bringing river, and the influence of this work on the historical urban development of the city. They are the principal features inextricably linking the monument to the history and shape the urban landscape. It is the largest and most significant monument in the greater region. The castle construction began in the 6th century AD and it evolved during the Middle Ages. During the period of Ottoman occupation, it was still functioning as a fortress. It was abandoned immediately after the Greek War of the Independence and the establishment of the new state. About the architecture of monument, the main parts of castle is the south steep cliff, with it's a natural fortress. The external, the outer wall with a length over 250 meters. The inner wall, high up on the hill, towers, 9 towers in several points, ramparts outer and inner, the entrance gates, 5, and a small building at the top of the hill, St. Sophia Church. Although it is a monument of impressive size and great historical significance, due to its abandonment, it is currently invisible to both citizens and visitors of the modern city. Over the last century, the castle has been left to decay, leading to a significant depreciation of its role. Nowadays, it's barely noticeable during the daytime due to the dense vegetation surrounding it, nor at night due to inadequate lighting. The local inhabitants underrate its importance, while visitors cannot perceive its presence and so do not visit it. The castle has been consigned to oblivion and its relationship to the city has been disrupted. The study was organized on the basis of a strategic plan with clear choices. Among them are the protection of the natural and the urban environment, the distinctness of the architectural units of the monument, along the conveying the monument's significance, as well as the potential axis, the avoidance of glare and light pollution. The above characterize almost the proposals for monument lighting. What makes this proposal different, however, lies in the effort undertaken to illuminate the monument as a live, integral part of the city, in order to achieve the purpose of reconstructing the urban landscape. The monument was not intended to be lit as a solitary protagonist of a theatrical scenery, but a functional part of the city. In light of In light of the above evidence, an accent lighting implementation study has been undertaken based on the in-depth analysis of the artificial lighting parameters and the data and historical information of the monument and its city. Experimental models have been used to achieve the objectives of this project. The monument has been surveyed using in situ observation and measurements, as well as the results of previous studies. The steep cliff that lies a natural fortress is not visible from the city, therefore then no lights were perceived. In order to differentiate the outer from the inner walls, light options have been made different about brightness and light color temperature. Sorry. About the walls and ramparts, the lights were selected indicatively so as to achieve a symmetric distribution of luminance. High intensity in lower parts that escalates in higher parts of the intensity is reduced in order to highlight the emergence of the walls. Photometric calculations were made and appropriate sizes were chosen. Various plans of lighting positions were drawn up by every part of this project. Same here about towers and gates. As far as these architectural parts are concerned, indicative lights were selected as well in order to achieve the required highlighting with uplighting. Photometric calculations were made and appropriate size were chosen. Various plan of lighting position were drawn up for every part of these projects. Now about results. As a result, process images of the intent urban landscape from main points of view were created. The images included the monument in the urban context in order to highlight the significant change on the landscape with the application of lighting. For example, we can see the expected results after implementation of the accent lighting, from a general view of city's northeastern edge. There are visible variation in view of the urban landscape. With the proper lighting, it can be converted into an important landmark and reference point, making it not only a visual enhancement, but also a contemporary landmark for orientation. In these pictures, we can also see the expected results from the view of the central square. Highlighting its presence at night means that people can feel safer and become increasingly familiar with the urban space and cultural heritage around them. The severed relationship between the city and the forgotten monument can be restored by lighting the castle properly. The results of this study demonstrate that the urban landscape can be restored. The images and plans included in this study highlight the fact that artificial lighting is capable to restoring the memory that is the monument view while transforming the visual perception of the city. The castle can now be present at night among the other activities of the city and inseparable part of the citizens' lives. And about the conclusions, artificial lighting has a great deal to offer as evidenced by the study and consideration of the accent lighting of a historical monument. It is a vital tool for highlighting and enhancing the monument, rendering it visible to visitors and allowing the inhabitants to preserve the visual scenes of the city even by night. Furthermore, the artificial lighting is demonstrated to be a force capable of regenerating collective memory. Light can not only illuminate in the darkness, but also shed light on forgotten elements of the past. The observer of the lit monument can gain knowledge and absorb cultural elements of the past, fitting in the missing pieces of the puzzle. And finally, the study of the artificial lighting possibilities of a major urban monument stressed the imperative need for an efficient and integrated planning proposal for the nighttime view in order to ensure the preservation of urban landscape values. The attempt to highlight this important part of the city raises the issue of an integrated proposal using lighting development master plans. Thank you for your attention.
So thank you very much. I just hope that, yes, no, okay, thank you. So now, I don't see any questions from anyone, from the attendees. So please use this tool and pose questions to the panelists. So I would like to thank you all for this important lectures, and I would like to just emphasize on how important it is to properly illuminate monuments, not only the monuments of the remote past, like the ancient monuments or the Byzantine medieval monuments, but also important landmarks of our city, as we have seen in the first lecture by Hara Segala and Spirioti. So I would like to give the floor to you to pose questions. And so please do. Is there any question for the first talk? No? Okay. So I don't see anything. Sorry, it's the first time that I've used this thing, so I'm not sure if anyone poses a question and I've missed it. So, okay. But I would like to ask Ms. Higala, what was the incentive, the first motive of introducing this approach, the collective memory approach, in a landmark like the promenade of a city?
Yes. So the first approach was about designing a nice image of the border of the city, which we understand that is highly important. This part of the city carries on a huge amount of history in every waterfront city because it's there from the beginning of the establishment of the city. I mean, port and the part of each city actually is the most historical part of every waterfront city. And we should keep this in mind as designers. So as lighting are responsible for the night image of this thing. And it is an opportunity to use the lighting as a design tool in order to highlight not only the landscape, which could be a modern approach or something different from the historical approach, but we should have the power using the tool of lighting to bring together memories, bring together experiences, and make this whole let's say, wandering experience and this walk and leisure and an entertainment opportunity into an educational, let's say, experience in order to be more sensitive about the local history. And I think the difference in this approach and this was that we didn't simple highlight an urban landscape, let's say, but we actually deal with the concept behind all this stuff and the thing that actually we can create a whole atmosphere through the lighting.
Yeah, for me, it was very impressive because in a way you created a new, let's say, monument, a new link to the history. So that straight line that starts from the remote past of the city to today. So it kind of links past and present, and also so there is no distraction between the past and the present of the city. But in a way, you created a monument, okay, an intangible monument. So that for me is actually very impressive and very interesting. And I think that this needs to be studied in depth by lighting designers, because this is very important, and this is how lighting not only enhances, not only modifies an existing monument, but also creates memory, creates monuments, creates, in a way, the future and the past of a
Yes.
city.
Yes, actually, I always say to the students or the others who I'm talking to is that we as lighting designers are responsible to highlight what is visible during the night. So in this session, approach the lighting or lighting in the cultural heritage. It is a huge responsibility to bring all this during the night time in order to be alive and in order for the people and the visitors or the residents of a city to understand the history, so the identity. And this process, I think that each one of us can understand better the identity of the place and itself. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, totally. I totally agree with you. Okay, we're a little bit out of time. So, thank you very much.
Thank
It
you.
was very, very informative. I would like to see if there are any questions on the lecture of Athena CV and Dr. Nikos Kivisarakis. Um, I do. Actually, I have, I'm very impressed on, on how you manage to combine the notions of light uh, and also fire and mythology and ancient Greece with our contemporary world. And um, so Um, I would like a little bit more on that. I would like you to elaborate a little bit more on the way you manage to do this link, to combine the values of lighting uh, in, let's say, um, I don't know, the 4th century BC to today. So, can you please a little bit elaborate on that?
Okay, from my point of view, getting more deeper in lighting, I realized that it's very nice to learn the theory, the rules, and everything. But when it comes to designing something, I felt that I needed a frame. I needed some things that I could put down on my paper and say, okay, I will do this procedure. And antiquities, working with Nikos, was very nice for me because I'm an electrical engineer and I work mostly with energy and these aspects of lighting. So it was very intriguing to go in a science that I always loved, and it would be it would give me many things to build to. So we tried to find an alternative road, a pathway, and I think that it's pretty relevant because you have to think why how these antiquities were once constructed, how they were used, and how it would be better to light them up. We tend to use all it's very good, our technology, and it can give many tools to do whatever one can think and imagine. But first of all, the main theme is that this antiquity, this monument should be lighted in the best way, in the most decent for it way.
Very, oh, I'm sorry. I thought that with the virtual thing, I thought that he stopped. Sorry, so interrupting you. I just wanted to say that it is really, really important, the fact that you actually didn't focus on the design, on the aesthetics of the design, on how to show off that you are a very good lighting designer. But on the other hand, on the contrary, you just focused on the monument itself and on its values. So it is impressive, the fact that you try actually to talk with the monument in a way, to talk with the monument as it was, you know, when it was first built and with its builders and what they intended to do. So that it's really fascinating.
And I would like to add something that I believe that now that technology is so great in lighting, it's important to have a reason when we light up something. It has to have a meaning. We can just light everything with the biggest possible way. So especially when it comes to culture, this lighting should have a meaning, should talk to the soul of the visitor, and it's not only architecture. The lighting, says the electrical engineer. Okay.
So, there is one question, and it's for all of
excuse
you.
me, can we step up a bit, because we have the keynote speech right now that we have to attend. The time has passed. I will try, and there is one more question concerning lighting pollution. We will have to answer it probably after the keynote speech. I urge all the speakers and panelists to try and answer the question. It's a very, very nice question, and very, let's say, very important to address these issues that have concerns that concern lighting pollution. I would like, I'm very sorry, Ms. Moulou, but we have to move on. Thank you very much for this session. I would like to present our next keynote speaker. It is Anna Sboku. Anna is founder of AS Light, an award-winning independent lighting design studio based in London and Athens, working on local and international projects for over 10 years. She specializes in high-end human-centric lighting design. Completed works include high-profile exhibitions, leisure, hospitality, commercial, cultural, exterior, and residential projects, as well as theater productions, temporary artistic installations, and daylight analysis. In 2016, she was also on the 40 under 40 list of up-and-coming lighting designers at the International Lighting Awards. And Anna also served on the board of directors of the International Association of Lighting Designers for 6 years, and is currently a member of the ILD European Steering Committee. Anna is going to present us her keynote speech titled From Light to Life and Back. Hello, Anna. Nice to see you. The floor is yours.
For the introduction, and welcome to this conference to all. I would like to start by saying that this talk that we're going to be looking through has a lot to do with the programming of the conference. It was actually inspired by it, and I was very welcomely impressed by the cross-board talks and topics that are being contemplated and discussed throughout the two sessions. So from light to life and back, it all for me starts, let me start sharing my screen. There we go. There we are. So for me, it all starts from daylight, right? It's our starting point as lighting designers, as lighting aficionados, and so on. And although we all think is one thing, in all fairness, is all of the things that we are inspired by and look into as lighting designers, as humans, all of our references. It's something that we're very familiar with because it happens daily. It's something that is intricate to our being. It's embedded in us. It's our mood setter. It's our natural clock and an internal clock. So it has quite a few consequences in our daily life. So to say that lighting design in its artificial aspect starts in a lab would be unfair at best. So this is really kind of where it starts. All of the colors, the tones, the variations is something that we've all been exposed to before. And it's exactly that reference as lighting designers that we look for to imitate in our projects. And as vast as it may be, and as much as it may vary and give us all aspects of our visual world, as lighting designers, we tend to at least try to control it. So there is an aspect of lighting design which deals with daylight and a lot to do with the control of the presence of daylight and sunlight in an interior predominantly space. And because there is a level of too much, which is trying to be avoided. There are various ways to go about it and many ways to go through it. The ultimate result is a manipulation of daylight, of natural source, in order to reveal an architecture in the way that we would actually want it to. So it's almost an attempt in vain because obviously daylight is ever varying and ever changing. There are though procedures and processes in the design that we can actually implement to try and minimize that variation or enhance that variation depending on the project's desire and need. So taking that into account and realizing that our starting point as lighting designers is daylight, is something that is natural and vastly available to us. The question now becomes, what do we do with that reference when it comes to night? So same building, the same architecture, the same principle, there is always a choice to be made. Is it meant to look the same in the evening, or is it meant to give us a different view? Given that we are technologically able to imitate daylight to a great extent, becomes how do we deal with artificial lights in the built environment in the evening? So we can imitate daylight and go to familiar aspects of it, but through lighting design, we could also generate something as unreal or real as we would want it to be. The references remain the same. We're still using the shadows, we're still using the tones, but it has a lot to do with what is the goal of each design gesture that we do. A thing to take into consideration throughout this whole process is that we're discussing about the procedure that is from people for people. It's a very cyclical relationship. All lighting designers or all professionals that deal with light in one way or the other follow that cycle. What really changes in the process is the route that each takes to get to the offering of a certain result from humans to humans. So taking the to account and trying to utilize it in a way somehow, we do have two sets of toolkits, right? That we could all take with us, whether it's daylight, architectural lighting, built environment, light art, theater lighting. They're just different aspects of the same beast. And that beast has a base. So to discuss that base, let's call them two toolkits. So we have toolkit A, which is what do we take on board and always with from daylight. From daylight, we have an idea and a sense of intensity and what that does. We have distribution, whether it's diffuse, overcast sky, or it's very sharp and targeted when a sunny day. The sharpness as well, the shadows, the contrast, which provides us with a lot of visual information about the third dimension, about the shape and the form of our environment, whether we use it to its intense moment or something that is a lot more subdued. Color rendering, something very important. We keep comparing, technically speaking, our artificial sources to what is considered our 100%, our optimum case scenario, which is still daylight. So a comparison for color rendering, for example, is to what an object or a texture or a surface would look like under a daylit condition. And then we try to communicate artificial lighting. We also have the color and the tone. Majority of the colors that we actually see and perceive in some subdued variation do exist in the variations of daylight. Again, it's something that we're familiar with. The warm burning sensation, the really stark blue of the bright sunny day. And then we also have already the sense of dynamic changes. We're used to it. It's exactly what happens to us throughout the day when we're exposed to daylight. We do not expect things to remain constant and consistent. But there is a kind of a limit to that. So then looking at a toolkit B, which has more to do with the human factor and the human aspect in this, how is all this actually received by us and what does it actually do? We have certain, they're not exactly parameters, they're patterns that we've discovered like over and acknowledged over the years, so they're clear. Certain conditions have certain effects. It is a cause and effect relationship between light and what that does as a response to a person. So if we generalize, the environment tends to relax. But then on the other hand, it could also be boring if the context is not appropriate. Something soft tends to calm down, but also may look an environment that appear flat. We have contrast that generally tends to generate intrigue and interest, or in a context of public realm, for example, it could be perceived as a level of danger. We have saturated colors, which can generate excitement of the overexposure of the eye and so on. There is a limit to that as well, because that could also turn into an overdosed environment. We have the color tones, which tend to have cool tones are awake, physically, physiologically rather, is what they do to the body. But aesthetically speaking, the reference sometimes kind of is towards what we call the fridge effect. And then the warmer tones tend to be more familiar, using the reference of the fire and so on. Or if they are too warm, then the space doesn't look vibrant enough, or in an exaggeration state. In all of these toolkits, it's what we carry with us as lighting designers, almost 24/7. Every aspect of lighting design that we look into, we fall back into those two toolkits. But the toolkits alone, without the introduction of time, they give you very little information, because it could be either or, as we just saw before. So as soon as we introduce this relationship of duration or consistency, and try to evaluate it to the level of excitement that we're trying or not trying to achieve, there is an inverse relative relationship between those two elements. For example, in light art, that maximum levels of excitement are desired and are allowed in a sense, because the level of duration and the time duration of exposure is actually limited. So we start realizing that there is that element of use, which we need to take into account, and the duration of use, the level of use, is something that is reviewed constantly. So while we have, for example, in office spaces, which we tend to spend, unfortunately, for quite a few of us, quite a bit of time, we look for an environment that is consistent, is soft, is comfortable. There's the absence of glare, there are no peaks, there is a level of visual interest, but not so much drama, because drama for a prolonged period of time cannot be tolerated by us. The reception of an office space, on the other hand, because it's a pass-through space, and because of its other characteristics, the introduction of the brand, of the company, which you go to work every morning, it lends itself for a very different approach. So we can be dramatic, which peak the levels of excitement and interest, because the duration of stay is actually limited. Exhibition, on the other hand, and similarly to a reception, is the platform where excitement happens. Then the level of allowance for drama and darkness and contrast, it's actually quite great. Also in an exhibition, the time that you spend in it, the time that you spend in that environment also tends to be fairly limited. But taking it even further to an environment where excitement and kind of taking you outside of your comfort zone is not only allowed, it's actually invited and very welcome. We have theater, dance, and the stage lighting version of field. We can create unreal worlds and almost fantastic, and take people into a journey. Another thing that kind of helps a lot and gives us a lot of allowance to do that in that phase of lighting design is the fact that the audience there, the people present, the participants, almost have made a convention that they are open and ready to receive something different. You don't have the same expectations when you go to see a play or a dance festival or an exhibition that you do when you enter an office space, a hotel, a residence, and so on. We have leisure, which is a middle case scenario where, depending on its actual use, there's always room made for that peak of excitement, for that visual interest, for that attraction that would make the space, even though other areas that follow different requirements. This is an example of the cinema space. The cinema inside the cinema rooms have very specific requirements. On the other hand, the breakout areas, the reception, the lobbies, and so on, they give a lot of room for creative interpretation through lighting design, let's just call it that. Another example of leisure, you can introduce color. But again, as anything, it requires the why, the when, and the how. So while these tend to be environments, because the duration of stay is medium and the level of excitement desired is medium to high, there is room to be a little bit more expressive and use lighting and lighting design in a way that does give you a slightly different environment than usual. We can also introduce drama. We're borrowing both from daylight and from theater, because theater does borrow from daylight as well. Casting shadows, high contrast, having areas that are darker than others. Uniformity is not really what is desired in a restaurant, for example, in a leisure space. And we also use that dynamic aspect of daylight, given that there's always a transition space. We tend to acknowledge as controlled environments, interior environments. On the other hand, the majority of them tend to have some form of connection to the outdoor. So we have, for example, more dynamic installations that take into account the variation of daylight, the course of a day, and adapt their tone, their intensity, brightness, and so on, according to that. So we take, and again, has to do with the human experience. Otherwise, all of this makes very little, if any, sense. Even in a residential environment where we tend to be a bit more cautious, dare I say, things are a little bit aesthetically simpler. We do want a warm environment. We do want it to be comfortable. On the other hand, Um, there is a room for a creation of level of interest that needs to be targeted, and obviously when given the right opportunity. Color can also be introduced in a residential context in spaces though that are of a very selective use. You wouldn't necessarily be able to see a living room, tinted in blue. It would take a very peculiar client, let's just put it that way. But in an area, for example, where you have a jacuzzi or a private spa, these are selective areas of selective use. And then a certain level of allowance of mood setting, of an experience that is a little bit more immersive, can be accommodated through lighting design. And then we enter the public realm and everything changes, because all of a sudden, every gesture that we do concerns everybody. It's very easy to make these decisions when it's a private client, a controlled environment, an indoor space, that your target group, the humans that you're going to be referring to with this space, is a very specific group. The public realm obviously doesn't follow that rule. Any public gesture is going to be seen, and it's going to be involving every single passer, people that occupy the space, people from the neighborhood. So it starts to take a different level of importance. And although, unless it's a square that people tend to actually spend, hours in, it doesn't have the duration aspect on one hand, but it does have a day-to-day consistency. If I'm passing in front of the Bank of Greece, for example, every single afternoon after work for 10 minutes, that does create a level of duration, just distributed in time in a different way. So the level of excitement, it's that battle that happens in the public realm as far as lighting design is concerned. We have, media facades and really extravagant installations. On the other hand, there is a certain permanence to them. And that permanence also very often runs the risk of becoming Times Square, where nobody can actually stay in Times Square for more than 10 minutes because your visual field is highly overdosed. So when it comes to public realm and lighting design within that, there are quite a few things that need to be taken into consideration. And the primary question is, who do you design for? Do you design for the young, the old, the locals? You design for the presence of that road, the high street market. There are different aspects of it, and all of these questions need to be answered before any gesture in the public realm needs to be is actually performed. We have different, a slight variation of that. Take a facade is a memorial, for example, which tends to be a resting area, and by default creates a very different environment that needs to be more inviting, that needs to be calm, that needs to allow for some dark areas as well, some resting time for our eyes, for our psychology primarily, and many other kind of human aspects. Because again, this is, unless it's seen, it doesn't exist. Any lighting design, same as any architecture in a sense, unless is viewed and received and experienced by humans, it has very little merit of existence, which means a lot of care needs to be taken into the gestures that we do. Given that we really like our own little bubble, it's, humans, from humans to humans, and all of that is great, but we do need to acknowledge that we're not alone. So every gesture that we do, especially in the public environment, has a further impact to the general environment that we are part of, be it light pollution, be it tampering with the biocycles of other species, whatever might be the aspect. The conversation about dark skies has already started. It's not a new thing. And there's already a very interesting aspect of that conversation that is starting to demand for dark spaces within the public environment, overriding security needs and safety needs, overriding many other theoretically requirements that we had so far. to get to the point where we can go back to daylight and go back to something that is a bit more in keeping with ourselves, our desires, and the need that we require a circle. So our industry is growing, evidently, from this conference as well, and I think the majority of the participants are well aware of that. We're growing technologically, we're growing in educationally. The things that we know and we can handle and design and manipulate are a lot more than what they used to be, which makes the risk of our gestures even greater. So as knowledgeable as we may be and as experienced as we end up being, we always need to go back and check into our toolkit and our reasons. Why are we doing this? Who are we doing it for? Because lighting design can have many facets and many aspects with very different outcomes and very different results for each of the gestures that we do. So while it's a beautiful platform for lighting designers to work in, we always need to remember that the canvas is blank and it's for us to fill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna, for the presentation. Are there any questions from the panelists for Anna's presentation? I see that there is a nice and very important debate in the Q&A section concerning lighting pollution. Now, you addressed that issue at the end of your speech, but I would like to address also the same question, and it's a very, very delicate matter. Heritage should be shown. Heritage is something that people have to see, have to remember, and lighting is a part of the means to actually advance our civilization and history. Now, there is a really nice question by Fabio Falci that most of the lighting installations shown don't take into account for the light pollution produced. And as lighting designers, we are also responsible for not creating additional light pollution. Now, in monuments, as he also states afterwards, there are several things like species that get disturbed by lighting. Yeah. So this is an issue that should not be taken lightly. We see it that most of the time, nobody cares about bats or rats or very small animals, which are essential to biodiversity. So this is an issue. And where do we put the line? Is there a line?
I think there has to be a line. There has to be a line of a fine balance of coexistence. I don't think we could say, I don't have a particular fancy in bats, but that doesn't mean that I don't need to make sure, their survival is actually maintained. And also we're reaching a point where I don't think we have an excuse anymore. We have all of the information available and we have all of the technological aspects to be able to control the lighting that we produce and we introduce into the built environment. So the consequence of light pollution is something that we can actually control to a great extent, if not fully. So if that becomes one of the characteristics, it's just another thing that we as lighting designers need to fulfill. If the requirement is that light pollution is not allowed from a certain level and up, which is, certain countries already have those restrictions, for example, be it the most important monument in that country, its lighting still needs to comply with that environmental aspect of it. I think we can handle it. It's something that 10, 20 years ago, we didn't have neither the information of the impact, the knowledge of the impact, nor the technology, but now we do. So I think from my aspect, we don't really have an excuse, but when it comes to heritage, because of the procedural aspect, and this is a very practical comment, if we are to achieve a scheme that fulfills all of those needs and addresses all of these points, we need to have a certain freedom of access. Because quite a bit of that, like pollution, is the fact that we do have limited access and quite a few restrictions as to where do we install, how do we install, and so on and so forth.
Thank you very much for your answer. I think Harasi Gala wants to answer as well.
I'd like to, okay. I'd like to add something into Anna's response, and which is particularly for the two papers presented, that is referring Fabio. Both projects, I mean, the seaside project and the castle lighting design, have taken into account the light pollution by the requirements of the lighting zones as described on the dark sky organization. And this is written also in the papers and was referred in the presentation. What I want to say is exclude all the uplighting or the lighting in the vegetation just because we are thought to be a kind of light pollution. The filters, there is a wide variety of technology in the latest luminaires that actually help us not only to highlight and focus on what we want, but also to diversity of the environment. Now, the images, of course, do not depict all, let's say, protection that we care about and we preserve. But I think that projects have taken all the factors, and that it is easily succeeded by the latest technology that we have in our hands nowadays.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sigala. I would, is there any other question for the keynote speaker? Yes, there is one more question. You talked about the importance of transitions, a concept we can easily understand in reference to daylight. In the case of artificial lighting, especially at night, what is the nature of these transitions? Yeah, I think this is for Anna to answer. Anna, can you see the question in the Q&A?
Yes, I can. And it's a very important question, but it can only be answered on a project basis or on a case basis, rather, because it has a lot to do with what is the aim, to bring someone gradually in from a brighter environment to a darker environment, to provide a transition that purely is of visual interest and stimulation. Is there a reference, be it in an imitative way to daylight? So it starts from an environment that imitates daylight and gradually transitions into an artificial kind of, let's say, standard, let's just call it artificial kind of lit environment. So it's not a question that can be answered. It's not a question that can be answered unless there is a specific case at hand. And then depending on the case, depending on the length and of your A and B, there are ways and guidelines in a way that you make this transition from a lighting standpoint, as long as your A and your B are known. I hope this answered the question without answering it, but yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for all the participants and for the questions and the answers. The next session will start in 5 minutes. We have a very short break because we are out of time. Let me just say that we are 45 participants here, and we have another 15 online through YouTube in this room, and there are other people watching the other room. So see you in 5 minutes. Hello again, everybody. We are at the second session of Room B with the theme Lighting and Environment. We will start our presentation with a paper that, with research that addresses the issue that we discussed before, the issue of lighting pollution, by Milica Tomasovic, and the title is Facade Lighting of Historic Buildings Concerning the Consequences on Light Pollution. And after that, we have another four papers for presentations to present. Please, can we start the session? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I will just begin with a presentation. Okay. The objective of this presentation is the study of lighting the facades of historic buildings, having as an orientation the reduction of dire effects on human environment. A methodology for calculating the levels of light pollution that are caused by different exterior lighting scenarios for historic buildings is proposed. The aim of this presentation is the investigation of proper lighting techniques of historic buildings that contribute to reduction of the phenomenon of light pollution. In the beginning, I will talk briefly about the exterior lighting design parameters and effects. Through this chart shows us that in order to achieve an appropriate facade lighting for historic buildings, the lighting designer must have knowledge in facade lighting. Also, it is very important the objectives that serve common interest to be set from the beginning. Furthermore, relevant laws and regulations and the necessary budget should be taken into account. It is also important that it should be emphasized that inappropriate facade lighting for historic buildings can have an impact not only on the building, but also socioeconomic impacts, and it can lead to the phenomenon of light pollution, which can cause dire effects on the wildlife and ecosystems. In this slide, facade lighting design principles for historic buildings are presented accompanied by different examples. These principles are the flood lighting, the down lighting, the up lighting, and other similar principles. Moving on to the next slide, one of the most important consequences of an inappropriate facade lighting is the phenomenon of light pollution. It is a global phenomenon which has been raising the growing interest both of the scientists and professionals in the field of lighting. Methods of calculating its levels and consequences and institutional framework related to ways of facing it are required. The left diagram shows us the different types of light pollution, such as the glare, the light trespass, overlighting, light clutter, and sky glow. Indicative main causes of light pollution linked to facade lighting is the improper placement, targeting, and light direction, or inappropriate choice of lighting fixtures and their equipment, resulting in emission of luminous flux to areas where it's not needed and in waste of energy. Other main cause is the use of luminaires that emit blue-rich light and the over-illumination, which means the excess of luminance limits for building facades as proposed and defined by relevant regulations and specifications. The implemented methodology consists of the steps that are presented in the following diagram. These steps that lead to final remarks and conclusions are presented and analyzed through the following slides. The first step is related to the study and analysis of relevant examples of architectural lighting of historic buildings. Photographs of illuminated preserved buildings are taken also in Belgrade. This slide shows some indicative examples of architectural lighting of historic buildings, such as the Nikola Tesla Museum in Belgrade, the Cinema Balkan in Belgrade, and other similar examples. Based on these examples, conclusions are drawn regarding the most common ways of lighting preserved buildings. In order to proceed with analysis and calculations, a cube consisting of a calculation surface has been developed in Relux software. Photometric calculations were demonstrated by using different types of luminaires suitable for architectural lighting of facades, and they were put in the middle, in the center of the cube. Methodology for calculating the percentage of luminous flux emitted by each luminaire to its calculation surface is proposed. The accuracy of the calculations is checked by calculating the accuracy of the percentage of error, the accuracy of the results. Each calculation surface consists of calculation points that form a grid. In order, calculations have been performed while changing this density of the grid, and the appropriate grid density of the calculation surfaces is then selected in order to achieve higher accuracy of calculation results. The option also have raster width to the edge was selected so that the calculation points do not start from the edge of the calculation surface, so that we have higher accuracy in the results. The next slide shows us the calculation, the error results from the calculations for each luminaire and for different grid density. Based on these calculations in the aggregate graph, the relation between the density of the grid and the deviation and the accuracy of the result is apparent. Through the results, we can conclude that the grid density and the deviations of the results are disproportionate. It is also evident that from the aggregation graph that luminaire 4 that has a more narrow light beam of 80 degrees shows the highest rates of error rate, contrary to the other luminaires that have a wider light beam. These results are presented in more detail through the following bar charts and that are accompanied by the polar diagrams of the selected luminaires. Through these results, it can be assumed that the smaller the distance between the calculation point is, the lower the error deviation is. Furthermore, it can be assumed that the narrower the beam, the light beam of the luminaire is, the greater the deviation of the photometric calculation is. Subsequently, an existing preserved building was selected, and different lighting methods were taken into account in order to be applied to on its three-dimensional model. The selected building is the Faneum building, which was built in 1903, and it is located in Sremski Karlovci in Serbia. It has common characteristics of the architecture of this period, such as the symmetry, the embossed decorative elements, the main entrance with a dominant coronation and columns on both sides, and other similar features. The next step, for easiness of the calculations and because of the symmetry of the building's facade, part of historic building's facade was selected for the application of different lighting scenarios. On this part of the building, the cube, which consists of calculation surfaces, was adjusted. For its lighting proposal, photometric calculations are demonstrated according to the following scenarios, without the effect of the building and with the effect of the building. The aim is to calculate the light pollution levels in each case and to compare the different proposals based on the obtained results. The levels of light, which is not useful, and the levels of light pollution were calculated for every lighting scenario. The next slides show the different lighting scenarios that are presented by photos that are pictures that are exported from Relux software and by the photorealistic renderings and the polar diagrams of the used luminaires. For the first lighting scenario, that use luminaires from distance, 4 different versions were demonstrated by using different types of luminaires and by changing the position or with a different position of the luminaires. The next slide shows the rest of the lighting scenarios, with the second one that uses luminaires with a narrow beam of 8 degrees. The third lighting scenario, in which are used the luminaires with asymmetrical type of light beam and wall washer type of luminaires. The fourth lighting scenario with luminaires with a regular and symmetrical beam. The fifth lighting scenario with luminaires with a widened symmetrical beam. And the last one, the sixth lighting scenario that uses a symmetric wall washer type of luminaires. The final results are presented on these bar charts and table, comparing the results with and without the effects of the building. it is evident that the levels of light that contribute to light pollution with the effect of the building and for its lighting scenario are raised compared with those without the effect of the building. This is because of the effect of the building's facade and the redirection of light. This is an increase. The rates would have been even higher if percentage of light wasn't cut off by the building's elements and other architectural decorative elements. It can also be assumed that the classification with the effect of the buildings has changed compared with the one without the effect of the building, which is caused because the change of the distribution of light. As far as light pollution is concerned, the lighting scenarios that show the highest levels of light pollution are the 5th and 4th lighting scenario, which use luminaires with symmetric symmetric regular and wide beam, and mostly casts light upwards. The lighting scenario that shows the lowest level of light pollution is the 3rd one that uses, as we said before, luminaires with a symmetrical light beam and wall washer type of luminaire, so that less percentage of light is emitted to the atmosphere. At this point, I would like also to highlight that 1B and 1A lighting scenario that uses luminaires with wide beam and from distance show less levels of light pollution compared to the other lighting scenarios. This means that the final percentage of light pollution is affected considerably, not only from the kind of light beam of the luminaire, but also is affected from the position and the placement and the direction of the luminaires. As regards, finally, as regards completely the lighting of facades of historic buildings and the reduction of the phenomenon of light pollution, through this research, it can be noticed that the use of modern tools such as lighting calculation and simulation software before the implementation of a lighting design proposal is of great importance. It is essential for the lighting designer to follow methodology while performing calculations and before applying a lighting proposal. Also, attention should be given to the specifications of the luminaire, such as the light distribution and the color temperature that must be lower than or equal to 3000 Kelvin degrees. Factors such as the type of luminaire, the luminaire's beam angular distribution, direction, their placement, and their targeting significantly affect the final percentage of light pollution. The use of luminaires with wide and symmetrical light beam that emit light upwards should be avoided as they cause high rates of light pollution. In order to light the facades and limit the levels of light pollution, it is suitable to use luminaires with a symmetrical beam aiming the facade of the building, or wall washer type of luminaires where lower light losses to the atmosphere can be accomplished. Furthermore, emphasis should be given to lighting only the surfaces and elements of interest. As regards the aesthetics, lighting proposals that outline the structural and decorative elements of the facade of the building and enhance the three-dimensional appearance should be selected. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, now you can hear me, sir. Thank you for your presentation. Very interesting subject. It's very nice to have a lot of subjects dealing with light pollution, which is a major issue. The next presentation deals with light pollution in an intermediate way. It's titled Planning an International Dark Sky Place in the Ainos National Park, the First Steps. And I think Mr. Papalambru, is here. Mr. Andres Papalambru will present it.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. Yes.
Okay. So this work will present the first steps towards making an international dark sky park in the National Park of Ainos in the island of Kefalonia. And this work is a collaboration between people from the National Park of Enos, the International Dark Sky Association, and of course, the Hellenic Open University. I'm sure everybody here knows about light pollution. It is too much light and too high, if I had to put it in a very few words. And it has a lot of effects in different areas, but here we're mainly interested in astronomy and the environment. So this will be the focus of this effort. The International Dark Sky Parks is a program by the International Dark Sky Association, which is the global leader organization dealing with the protection of dark skies. And this program has been particularly successful because it has contributed enormously to people realizing about the light pollution. There are already more than 100 dark sky places. Most of them are dark sky parks, which is the typical designation for national parks that have dark sky, but there are also other categories of dark sky places. Most of them are in the United States, but a growing number are in Europe and Asia, but no dark sky park in Greece yet. So this is something we want to change. So light pollution in Europe, especially in Western Europe, is particularly strong. We can see that in some countries, such as the Netherlands, such as Northern Italy, light pollution is very prominent and also continuous. You cannot really find a dark sky which appears in dark blue color. In Greece, the situation is somewhat better. Because although we have a lot of light pollution in the main cities, you can see Athens and the whole of Attica is a continuously light polluted place. There are still some places that are relatively dark in the Peloponnese, in the central western Greece, and some islands. And the island of Kefalonia, which is the focus of this work, we can see that there is a lot of light pollution near the capital, Argostoli, and some other cities, but a large part of the island is relatively dark. If we compare it with the island of Zakynthos, that is just south of Kefalonia, we can see that Zakynthos is very light polluted, and this is because Zakynthos is a flat island, while Kefalonia has the luck of having Mount Enos in the center, which besides being a very important natural place, it also helps with light pollution. So the National Park of Enos is a very old national park because it was founded in 1962. Mount Enos has an altitude of 1,628 meters, and it is famous for the forest of Cephalonian fir. It's what we usually call the black pine, that because of its distinctive dark green color. If you look at the map, you can see in the lower yellow line, this is the main part of Enos National Park. The island of Kefalonia also has other protected areas that are Natura 2000 protected areas, but our focus for the national park is this place here, which also is quite dark, and it sits away from the light pollution of the main cities. Also, adjacent to the national park is an astronomical observatory called Evdoxos, which is also very supportive motive because this national park has both astronomical and environmental significance. If you want to plan a dark sky park, you have to follow some rules that are set by the International Dark Sky Association. First, you have to select the area of a national park. We were very fortunate that people from Enos National Park took the initiative that they wanted their national park to become a dark sky place. So they contacted us at the International Dark Sky Association in Greek chapter, and we have started this process. Selecting the place, pre-selecting the place has a few requirements. It must be a nationally protected area, which is true for this place. It has to be a dark place, which is also true. And it also has to have a significance, for instance, the astronomical observatory or protected species, which is also true in this case. So we have selected this area and we believe it is suitable. And the first steps were to measure the dark sky and perform lighting measurements around the area. This will lead to identify the lighting malpractices, which will lead then to create a lighting change plan that we plan to promote and convince all the authorities of the island to adapt. Light pollution measurements at Enos National Park showed that it has an average of 21.35 visual magnitudes per square arc-second. This is the average measurements. It peaked at 21.45, and the lowest one during the summer period were 21.25. We know that light pollution changes a lot during the year. For instance, islands have tourism during the summer, or sometimes people have permanent residences during the summer. They're away during the winter, but we have made measurements all during the year, and we know that the skies in Enos are dark. We also have taken photographs of the sky. Here in this photo, you can see the constellation of Orion. And although there is some light pollution in the horizon, in general, this is a dark place. The next step was to create a lighting inventory of all the important luminaries in the island of Kefalonia. Here we have an example of 3 types of luminaries that are found very, very often. It seems that Kefalonia is a place that hasn't changed too much. We can still see high pressure mercury lamps in the capital of Argostoli and nearby large villages. We have the typical D-style luminaires with CFL lamps, also everywhere in the island. And there is some limited conversion to LED luminaires, mainly in the city of Argostoli. We have taken irradiance and spectrum measurements of all these lights in order to create a lighting change plan for the island. Here, I would like to point out some characteristic malpractices that were found in Kefalonia that maybe will blow your mind. For instance, we measured 413 looks at the main square of the city of Poros, near the port. This is a measurement at a square. This is not an office place where people work. This is a square. And this was caused by multiple floodlights, LED floodlights at the square. I'm sure that no lighting designer designed it. Probably some mayor or someone in charge thought that it would be great if there were many, many floodlights in the square. Here in the city, I think this is the city of Sami. We can see that the lamps in the street lights are exactly at the level of the first floor of the houses. And here you see that these windows are dark, and this is because a citizen painted this side of the luminaire so it will not wake him up during the night. This side that is unpainted, you can see how bright the light is. And also another very frequent malpractice is that we have a mix of different luminaires and light sources with warm, cold, and white sources all at once. So pretty much Kefalonia is a place that has a lot of old lighting, which in part is good because we can make a new start with our proposals. This is a photograph I took of Argostoli. It has enhanced colors, so you can see the difference. You can see that there are a lot of warm lights here at the bridge. Most of them are CFL and some are LED lights. But inside the city, there are mercury and sodium lamps and also some LEDs. So it is still a mix of old technology and new technology, and there is apparently no lighting plan. And our work will lead to the production of a full lighting plan that will try to convince the authorities to adapt. So in conclusion, Enos National Park fulfills all the light pollution requirements of the IDA, SQM measurements and light pollution domes. We identified various malpractices. For instance, new installation of LED luminaires had a lot of blue light, which reached 58% in some cases. Blue radiance content Q varied from 44 to 53%. And as I mentioned earlier, we have many old type luminaires, sodium, mercury, and CFL. So it's sure that in the next few years, all of this will be upgraded to LED. And we plan to influence these decisions that LED upgrades happens with warm LEDs and low levels of luminance. These are our contact email and the websites of IDA and Enos National Park. Thank you very much for listening. I'll be happy to accept any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Papalambro. We really hope you influence the change of luminaires. Let me please add that there is a question section at the end of this session. All non-panelists or attendees can post their questions through the Q&A button at the Zoom interface down below. Next to participants, you can see the Q&A. And all panelists can address questions directly by speaking in their mics. So let's proceed with the next presentation by Ioannis Panagiotopoulos with the title Lighting Design as a Sustainable Parameter in International Building Green Certificates.
Thank you very much for the introduction. The subject of this work is about lighting design as a sustainable parameter in international green building certificates. Based on the statistics provided from the World Green Building Council since 2019, buildings are responsible for 17% of potable water consumption, 25% of timber usage, 39% of CO2 emissions, and 40% of materials and energy exploitation. The green buildings' main characteristics are listed below. These are the lower consumption of energy and accordingly lower CO2 emissions. They are healthy, pleasant, comfortable, and they offer a friendly environment for their users. They remain sustainable and advanced technologically at the same time. They are flexible to be renovated in accordance with future development in construction. Their users are more productive and creative and enjoy the feeling of safety and warmth, and they are of higher aesthetics, both internally and externally. Lighting design consists a process for the integration of the element of light in building total architecture. A successful, environmentally responsible lighting design is based on sustainability. It should use available energy to provide light where is needed, and at the same time to limit light where it is not necessary or desirable. Sustainable lighting design demands control of light, control of glare, and control of energy consumption in order to be in line with the principles of ecology. Moreover, lighting designers should realize the direct impact of natural and artificial lighting in biological functions and behavior of humans. The research question of this work is about the position of lighting design inside the most important green buildings rating systems. The present research is based on a qualitative and comparative content analysis in the field of rating systems for the assessment of the environmental impact of buildings. The most well-known and used rating systems have been evaluated with special focus on the parameter of lighting design. The needed information is retrieved through research in specialized business and engineering journals, specialized websites, and scientific articles and books. Our goal is the promotion of lighting design value for sustainable development in modern buildings through its exploitation in green buildings rating systems. The importance of this research is about the necessity for an upgraded role for lighting design inside these rating systems that could contribute to a better understanding of its multidimensional role in human life and to a new generation of buildings with better lighting conditions and more pleased users. Here in this table, you can see the most popular rating systems worldwide. We can see the title of the rating system, the country of origin, and the first year of creation. I can recognize in this table the most popular of them, like BREEAM, that is coming from UK, CASB from Japan, LEED from USA, and Green Star from Australia. Here in Greece, the most popular of them, at my opinion, is LEED. There are several buildings, for example, of Cosmote, that they have been awarded the LEED certificate, like the Cosmote E-Value building in Keramikos in Athens. All these certificates, they use common axes of parameters for their rating systems. These are the selection of geographical location, water management issue, energy management, transportations, recycling, ventilation, selection of sustainable materials, noise control, materials of low gases emission, lighting and indoor temperature, view of external environment, and glaring control. Among them, I have recognized that I have emphasized with board these fields that are directly connected with lighting design. These are energy management, recycling, lighting and indoor temperature, view of external environment, and glaring control. The disadvantages of these rating systems are as following. Initially, they used to be focused on first cost alone, mainly the erection phase, neglecting a life cycle cost that includes everyday operation and maintenance during the whole commercial life of a building. They used to promote environmentally friendly but expensive green technologies with increased technological risk and high maintenance cost. Finally, they have not fully exploited the multidimensional parameter of environmentally responsible lighting design. My suggestions are that a proper lighting design should consider the preservation of natural environment, the protection of human health and safety, and the assurance of high quality of living and working, its impact on the economic situation of the building, either through money savings or money earned. Now you can see the analysis of these three dimensions for the suggested lighting design. Here I present to you in this card the environmental dimension in three levels: strategical level, tactical, and operational. The strategic goal of natural resources protection implies the exploitation of natural light through the proper orientation of the building, openings in the building, light diffusion and redirection systems, light transmission systems, automatic light control systems. The tactical goal of exploitation of green energy implies the use of photovoltaics. The goal of thermal protection demands the use of shading systems and high-efficiency lamps. The strategical goal of environmental impact reduction implies the tactical target of reduction of pollutant emissions through the exploitation of natural light, the use of shading systems, the use of building automatic control systems, and the exploitation of green energy. The tactical target of reduction of solid and dangerous waste demands the recycling of lamps and the use of high-tech, long-lived and environmentally friendly lamps. And the use of light pollution, the target of light pollution demands the use of lighting automatic control systems. The second dimension is about the human dimension of lighting design. In a strategical level, this means that taking consideration of health, safety, and quality of life in, out, and around the building. The tactical targets are the adequacy of lighting through compliance with lighting regulations, the quality of lighting through exploitation of natural light, the optical comfort through glare control, the thermal comfort through shading systems and building automatic control systems, the view of exterior environment through openings in the building and glare control, and light pollution that demands light automatic control systems. Last but not least, the economic dimension of lighting design includes two goals: money savings and money earned. The money saving strategical target is about the reduction of electricity consumption through the exploitation of natural light, the use of photovoltaics, shading systems, building automatic control systems, and high-efficiency lamps. The strategical target of money earned is about productivity and involves tactical targets like adequacy of lighting, quality of lighting, optical comfort, thermal comfort, and view of exterior environment through the operational targets of compliance with lighting regulation and exploitation of natural light. Finally, the transition from just green buildings to sustainable buildings has as prerequisite the holistic consideration of lighting design and the ensuing incorporation of its multidimensional role in building certificates. Thus, the transition from green buildings to sustainable buildings implies the transition from lighting design to environmentally responsible lighting design, and beyond that to sustainable lighting design. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation and the address of this really important issue of implementing lighting, more lighting categories to building standards. We are a bit early, so let me say a few things for people that have just came in. We are also live on YouTube by clicking the links on our website. And also, I will now share my screen. For those of you that want more information on the presented research, We have the conference program and the book of abstracts as downloadable PDFs that you can download for free. It's a 130 pages long document, so it contains all presentations from both virtual rooms. So let's continue with the next presentation from Chrysoula Frangouli, Katerina Skalkos, and Theodora Andonakaki, Sustainable Light Design, a Greek School Building as a Case Study. Ms. Frangouli, can you please start the presentation?
Hello, everyone. Just a minute to share my screen. It's okay, you see it?
Yes, we do.
Okay. My name is Chrysa Frangouli, and I'm going to talk about sustainable lighting design. The case study we work on is a Greek school building, a specific classroom, and the gym of the school. The presentation will briefly explain the term of sustainability and sustainable development, how it can be integrated in lighting design, sustainable approach of artificial lighting and daylight exploitation, and then we will analyze the method used in our case study and the results that came up. According to Brundtland report in 1987, sustainable development is the development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So it's an holistic approach that must balance economic growth, environmental protection, social development, and access to cultural resources for all. Global action is taken with Agenda 30 in September 2015, where 17 sustainable development goals were adopted to be achieved by 2030. The European Green Deal is the European Union Plan for Sustainability. The key targets for 2030 are at least 40% cuts in greenhouse gas emissions and at least 32% share for renewable energy compared with 1990 levels. As people spend a large percentage of their time indoors and their activities have been expanded after sunset, almost 20% of energy consumption is for lighting. Besides low energy consumption, sustainable light design deals with a quality lighting environment with visual comfort, usage of human-centric lighting that considers not only visual but also biological and emotional human needs, and create a living or working environment that provides the required lighting according to the user's individual needs, trying to simulate daylight and its changes in color, temperature, intensity, and distribution. Moreover, especially for exterior lighting, sustainability regards elimination of social discriminations and reduction of light pollution and its negative side effects. Artificial lighting is used widely, and it's based on specific photometric characteristics which values are defined by national and European regulations. So energy efficient lighting fixtures and rational use are important for conserving energy resources, ensure visual comfort, and achieve maximum energy saving. The evaluation of the light bulbs through the years result to a more efficient lighting system. LEDs, which are commonly used, have much more better photometric characteristics, longer expected lifetime, the potential of dynamic adjustability and recycle, and at the same time, high quality. They provide high quality lighting environment with low energy consumption. OLEDs, organic LEDs, from the other hand, are flexible light sources with a minimum percentage of blue light, so they imitate better daylight. Lately, in order to lit up small-scale projects, designers use the bioluminescence from plants and some life forms in a state-of-the-art method with future perspectives of evaluation in living light. The main methods that are used in artificial lighting in order to achieve a sustainable approach can sum up in the selection of the appropriate lighting fixtures based on their photometric characteristics and extended lifetime in order to avoid glare and flickering, sustainable life cycle and recycling, and reduced number of luminaires. All of them are important in sustainable lighting design and have a direct correlation with the energy consumption of the installation for a better lighting environment. Meanwhile, task lighting is in specific areas that meets up the needs of the users without waste energy, presence and movement sensors and photo sensors, dimming of luminous flags and programmable light scenarios and light management systems to combine them all together are the most commonly used methods, along with the correct handling of the system from the users and the maintenance, of course. Lighting is another important aspect when we refer to sustainable light design. It constrains the use of artificial lighting, stress less the installation, increase the maintenance time, and reduce by 1/3 the energy consumption. Moreover, it creates a pleasant environment, has a positive impact to circadian rhythm and mood, and increase productivity and concentration of the users. Buildings and openings orientation and layout should be selected rationally because they affect the daylight factor and the daylight zones which receive significant quantities of daylight during the day and where a daylight harvesting control system can be installed. To maximize daylight penetration into the building, light cells and light tubes can be used. At the same time, glare caused by direct sunlight and non-uniform direct sunlight should be taken into consideration. Shading system is important. Photosensors, their installation is in order to dim artificial lighting due to adequate daylight and can provide maximum daylight exploitation and reduce energy consumption. So it's important too when we talk about sustainable lighting design. In our case study, we deal with a primary school building in Alexandroupolis, and the lighting installation is redesigned with a sustainable approach. The building is selected because of its everyday use and the significant energy demand, because the lighting should follow specific regulations. A more efficient lighting system can affect the energy footprint, while the end users, which are students in that case, can take advantage of the positive consequences of human-centric lighting and improve their learning performance. We can see the two spaces selected, the classroom and the gym, which is also a multi-purpose room for presentation and school performances. Both have a northeast orientation and northeast-oriented windows without any other shading system. In the classroom, there are used 9 fluorescent lighting lamps, and in the gym there are 15 fluorescent lamps and 4 metal halides lamps for the stage lighting. There is no dimming on any other control system, and the color temperature, as you can see in the table, is 6,500 kelvins, which is too cool for a classroom where children spend most of their time in the day. The classroom in that case is over-illuminated with fluctuations in uniformity, and the glare is over the limit, while the energy consumption is very high. In the gym, on the other hand, the illuminance is enough, but there are fluctuations in uniformity and glare is too high. The energy consumption is not very high, but this is not enough when you talk about sustainable design. So, concerning artificial lighting, the interventions aim to reduce energy consumption, create a quality lighting environment with correct light temperature, illuminance, and uniformity according to regulations, and of course, no glare. At the same time, we would like to increase the ability to focus and concentrate during the lessons and fulfill different needs throughout the day. So at first step, we define the working surfaces. Even if we talk about task lighting before, in that case, it's not appropriate because we focus on a uniform lighting result throughout the class. Then we select the lighting fixtures according to the photometric characteristics. We replace the existing fixtures with a LED of low energy consumption and high luminous efficiency. And finally, we select the appropriate control system. Here we can see the photometric characteristics of the luminaires selected. In the classroom, we use 6 tunable white luminaires with LED light source for the general lighting. They can be tuned from cool to warm white light for a relaxing environment and at the same time reinforce concentration and performance, while the blackboard is lit independently for a better optic result. So that modifications result in a uniform lighting environment without glare, satisfying illuminance levels and uniformity according to regulations and shown in the table, while the total energy consumption is 503 kilowatt hours per year. Moreover, there are placed presence sensors to switch off the lighting fixture when there are not any users in the place. And predefined lighting scenarios are also created. For example, color temperature can be set on 6,500 kelvins for the first school class, or when there is during work that demands focus, as it improves alertness. The rest of the day, 3,000 to 4,000 kelvins ensure a better lighting environment without visual strain, while 2,700 kelvins provide a relaxing ambience when needed. In the gym, the luminaires selected, their photometric characteristics are here, are suitable for sport venues. Additional light in the stage is provided by tunable white luminaire. And besides that, there are installed 4 RGB white spotlights for architectural lighting when needed in the case of performance or presentation. That modifications results in a lighting environment without glare, satisfying illuminance and illuminance levels and uniformity. The total energy consumption is 1796 kilowatt hours per year. Present sensors and predefined lighting scenarios are created in that case too, so they can change the lighting depending on the activity that took place in the gym, training, performance on the stage, or a meeting. Daylight is crucial to a successful design of an academic space, so it's considered too. It can reduce the usage of artificial lighting installation, and so energy consumption and CO2 emissions. And at the same time, it increases concentration and wellness. So we calculate the daylight zone and daylight factor to find out the areas where we can place the photosensors and an appropriate shading system in order to avoid glare. As you can see, the total area, the daylight zone area covers almost more than half of the area in the classroom. In the gym, it is restricted in the main gym area and not in the stage. The same result emerged from the daylight factor simulation. In the classroom, its value is 3.5%, and in the gym, in the main area, it's almost 2%. That allows us to use photosensors, while in the States, its value is extremely low. So we install photosensors in both rooms, as it's shown in the figures, in the luminaires near the windows and inside the daylight zone. Photosensors control better the lighting and reduce energy consumption, and that results Regarding the classroom, the energy consumption reduced with the new LED installation by 55%, and with daylight harvesting system by 72 almost percent. In the gym, the original energy consumption cut up to 35% with the LED installation, and there is a total reduction of 50% after the daylight harvesting system. The last step is to design a shading system that fulfills sustainable goals, improve visual comfort, reduce glare from daylight and direct sunlight on working surfaces, and increase daylight factor. So we simulate the daylight penetration to select the best shading system, and then we quality compare the lighting environment before and after the shading system. As we can see, we decide to install light shelves and blinds in the external openings. The use of blinds reduce the glare, and the light shelves increase the daylight penetration, daylight factor, and uniformity in the classroom and the gym. As you can see in the figures below, we can see the inside of the classroom and the gym before and after the installation. And we can see that after the installation, there are better lighting conditions. So to conclude, it's understood that sustainable lighting design is a multidimensional concept that have multiple benefits for humans. Its implementation requires specific steps in the design of the space, which will have benefits for users at all levels, promoting a culture of respect for the environment and the society, but primarily for the user themselves. It cares about people's physical and psychological well-being, at the same time reduce the operational cost of the lighting installation, prevent light pollution, spare natural sources, and reduce energy consumption. In our case study, the reduction in energy consumption reached 70%, and the performance of the artificial lighting is improved. The final lighting environment offers several benefits with respect to the end user in a holistic, sustainable approach of the lighting design. The limitation we meet derive from the fact that the case study concerns an existing building and the restrictions regarding daylight harvesting. In that case, because it's difficult to interfere to the original structure of the building and the openings, to let more daylight into the building. So the main modifications regard artificial lighting, while daylight harvesting is supplementary, along with the upgrade in the shading system. That's all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. We can now move on to the final presentation for this session, the effect of artificial lighting on plant growth, by Konstantinos Christodoulou, Lambros Doulos, and Sofia Sotiropoulou.
Hello also from me. This is, I think, a slightly different aspect of artificial lighting applications. I don't know if I have shared the file. So the subject of my research was the effect of artificial lighting on plant growth. And actually there was theoretical research on the field, and afterwards there was an experimental process that was designed and implemented in order to have some comparable results. We all know that light is energy, and actually sun is the primary source of light and heat for the earth, and actually supports the development of the food chain on the earth, and is the key factor for plant growth.
Hello, sorry, Konstantine, that I'm interrupting.
Yes.
I think that you haven't shared the screen.
Ah.
We can only see you, not the presentation.
Okay, sorry. Now?
Oh, that's nice now. All right, we can see it. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
So, as I said, the sun is the primary source of energy, light, and heat for the Earth, and it supports plant growth and the development of the food chain on Earth. Actually, light supports two very important processes for plant growth: the photosynthesis and the growth of the actual plant and the shaping of the plant. So, depending on the characteristics of the light that each plant receives, we have a different type of growth. So, in cool lighting, we have phototropism and some production of some chemical productions that supports plant growth, while red light supports flowering and stretching of the plant, different stretching of the plant. From the germination to the rooting growth, and also from the direction and the shape of the leaves and the color of the leaves to the flowering process. These are all processes that are a result of the light characteristics each plant receives. From another point of view, artificial light sources are installed almost everywhere, especially in urban areas, indoors and outdoors. And their involving technology it changes every day and increases the light that is everywhere installed. So there is a talk about the light pollution, especially in urban and city areas, city centers. Artificial light is also energy, and it is distributed in large quantities. So it also have different characteristics, such as color, temperature, intensity, duration during the day. So the plants that are growing, especially in the city centers, receive and are affected from this energy distributed. So the aim was to check whether the development of these plants are affected from this energy they receive. Also, today many things change because of new technologies and the needs of modern societies, such as the conventional horizontal gardens are transformed into vertical gardens on facades. Also, we can find gardens indoors in hotels, in offices, because of modern architecture and the needs of having nature next to people. And also there are vertical productions that are installed in buildings or underneath big cities in order to develop plants for the needs of the food chain. So modern societies needs and the new technology increase productivity and efficiency. It is very important here to mention that these modern production installations reduce even to 90% the need of water, which is something very important for the future. So this is the experimental process that was designed and implemented from the sowing of the plants to the grouping of the plants in different cases in order to check different results with different light sources. And during this process, there was a daily care, of course, of the plants in order to grow and be developed. But there was also a daily recording and capturing, daily recording of the environmental conditions, because plant growth is a result of various parameters, environmental parameters, such as temperature and humidity and soil. So during all this process, there was a continuous visual observation and capturing of the plant growth. But because actually the growth of a plant is the result of the part over the soil and also the rooting part. So I had to dry the plants without the soil and have measurements of the dry mass produced by each plant. The results were compared in order to export some conclusions. This process had a duration of 4 months. I tried to have similar conditions in all plants grown under different cases in order to avoid having different parameters so that this could change the results. There was, as I said, the daily visual observation and capturing of the growing process, and all plants with their roots were dried in order to wait their mass production. For this process, I used 312 spinach roots that they were grouped in different groups of 24 pieces in order to result to statistic in order to earn statistic results, because having one plant per case could result in a failure, because and another parameter could change very importantly the plant growth of this special plant. I used 12 different sources with different characteristics, especially referring to the color and temperature. And also there were various ways to monitor the environmental conditions that they were grown in. Here is, let's say, a table of the different cases. The cases were separated depending on the existence of the sunlight or not. So we have 6 cases grown without sunlight and 6 cases grown under the sunlight and in comparison to artificial lighting. And there was 1 case as a reference case grown only under sunlight without artificial light. Also, I used different color, temperature, light sources, as I said before, and I also managed different durations during the day of the lighting sources, because an important factor of plant growth is phototropism, which is actually the result of the duration of the light affectance of on the plants during the day. Here is a summary table of all different cases that were checked. And here are some photos of the indoor and outdoor development of the plants. In total, I had 13 different cases. There was 1 light source above each group of plants, each group of 24 plants, and there were separators between them in order to avoid having a result to the side plants from each source. Here are some photos of the complete process from the beginning, from the small plants to the final installation. And here you can see different captures of the plant growth from the 18th of April to the 20th of May. And the drying process and the waiting. And here is the final table with the results that were measured finally. During the whole process, there was also a planning process that in order to have a bigger, wider duration of the process. And all leaves that were cut were also dried and calculated in the final weighting. So, in conclusions that I received from both measurements and optical capturing. The optimal growth of the plants were the ones that were under the sunlight and without any artificial light. But even a common bulb without any sunlight can also support the plant growth. That this was something very important for me to have as a result. Also, the plants grown under the sunlight, even in combination with artificial light, had a higher results as plant growth. And the best results were given with lighting sources with technology of grow lighting that had a peak in red color. Also, comparing the different durations that were checked in different cases of the artificial light affecting the plants, no significant changes were observed. This could also be a result of the period that the whole process were processed. So also comparing the water needs, it is very important to say that the plants grown under the grow lighting technology lighting sources had highest requirements. Finally, based on visual observation, plant grow indoors had a slower growth and with smaller leaves and stems, but their growth were stable, while during May we had a sharp change of ambient temperature that had failure results for the plants grown outdoors, while the ones that were growing indoors were more safe, let's say, during this heat wave. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for very interesting results. It shows, of course, that nothing can surpass natural light, which is very interesting. We have concluded the session presentations, and we are now entering the questions and answers. I would like to urge you to post your question in the Q&A with the Q&A button at the bottom of your screen. And the panelists can address questions directly between each other through the microphone. So are there any questions for the 5 presentations? I would like to pose some. The first question is for the first presentation that showed us a part of a methodology to measure light pollution in historical buildings. what is important is that there are no guidelines, and guidelines are actually important to create a specific framework on which somebody can work on. So my question is that which, in your experience, in your the research that you did, which had more effect on light pollution? Was it the luminous flux of each luminaire, or the distribution angle?
I think that mostly had the affected distribution angle, which was affected from the position and the targeting of the luminaire. As we saw in two scenarios that they used luminaires with a wide light beam, they had less light pollution than others that used luminaires with more narrow beams. So that means that the distribution of light plays the most important role in how much light and how much percent of light will be emitted to areas where it's not needed, and it may cause light trespass.
Thank you. We have a question. It's addressed to the final presentation. Could you explain why you chose to weigh the mass and not take into consideration other qualitative features of the plant growth?
Yes. Actually, as I said, different light sources or the different quality of light returns different results on plant growth. So the most objective way to measure the final growth of a plant was to measure the dry mass totally produced from a plant, including also the rooting. If I was based on only on the part that was over the soil with the color or the size of the leaves or the size of the stems, this could result in different conclusions. The most objective way to have such results was to measure the dry mass.
Thank you. And I have another question for the lecture from Ioannis Panagiotopoulos. I didn't see the well building standard in the list of building standards that you presented, which has a lot of parameters on lighting.
It is correct that well standard includes a lot of parameters for lighting, but well standard is not similar with the green buildings rating systems. This is exactly a certificate that has come in order to cover the gap because of the light, not full exploitation of advantages of lighting in humans. So well is a certificate that emphasizes in exactly these advantages of light, but it is not a standard similar with LEED and the CASB. My suggestion is exactly that these advantages of lighting design to humans should be considered and incorporated in the next versions of these rating systems in order to have a holistic consideration of them instead of using other certifications like WELL in order to catch up especially these advantages.
Thank you very much for your answer. Are there any other questions from the audience or from the panelists between them? No, so I would like to address one final question to Mr. Papalambru. You have showed us the dark face of the Earth.
Yes.
So what I would like to ask you is how many, because each dark sky park needs several qualities to be met.
Mm-hmm.
And I would like to ask you, here in Greece, how many places are there that could meet these requirements? So how many could we have?
First, I would like to say that we already have worked on a candidate place in Mount Parmenas, which was also the theme of my thesis that Professor Zerfos co-supervised. So in the south of the Peloponnese, for sure we have Parnon, that is a candidate place. We expect that there will be candidate places in Western Macedonia, in the regions of Kastoria and Revena. And we also think there is some place that in Arefa mountain that could meet those requirements. This in the mainland. And then in the islands, for sure, there are dark skies in the south of Crete. And also most of the big islands have some dark skies like that. So I think in the future, we could have as many as 5, 6 dark sky places if we try.
Thank you very much. So this ends this session named Lighting and Environment. We are going to have a break until 5 minutes past 2, where the next session, Lighting and Art, will begin. Until then, you can go to the other virtual room, to virtual room A, and participate in the keynote speech by Georges Zissis, professor in the University of Toulouse, France. And you can do so by clicking the links from our website. So see you in a few minutes, either in this room, either in the other one.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, it is now time to start the panel about lighting in art. So I hope that my sound is okay. It's first time I'm testing my sound. So I would like to welcome everyone to the last part of this first international Lights conference.
Our first presenter is Kyriaki Yannissaridou. Kyriaki graduated last year from the postgraduate course in lighting design, and she will present a very interesting STEAM methodology about how lighting design and light art can be part of a primary school curriculum. I don't know if we have any technical issues or if I should proceed with the second presentation.
No, we don't have technical issue. The speaker is not online.
I think she did mention about sending the. I think she did mention something about sending a pre-recorded version. So maybe we should proceed with the next presentation and find the recorded version and switch. So next presentation is my presentation about bioluminescence. So I can start with this presentation until you find Kyriaki's recording. Okay, will be a small switch. Now is to share my screen. Okay. Oh no. Okay. If presentation is visible, I can start. Can I have some feedback about how presentation is going?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. So this is a topic that is a little bit my specialty is not in biology or biochemistry. My specialty is in art theory. So I will discuss a topic that touches upon issues of biology. So I will try not to bother you with many details that I am not expert and show you only some examples of applications of bioluminescence in art and design, which is the actual interest. So in order not to take up much of your time, because we are running a little bit behind in schedule, I will just present a small definition of bioluminescence, like what is bioluminescence. Bioluminescence is usually referred to as cold light. The reason why they call bioluminescence cold is because it doesn't need energy. It is not heated. It is produced by biochemical reactions. In history, before 1600, they were confusing bioluminescence with fluorescence or phosphorescence. The difference between phosphorescence and bioluminescence or fluorescence is that bioluminescence is caused by living organisms. It is a rare phenomenon. It can be seen in nature. Sometimes it's not too rare. There is bioluminescence in sea during nighttime that can be visible also in areas where is not thriving or where plankton is not, bioluminescent plankton is not thriving. It is possible to see bioluminescence in the sea also under regular circumstances. It is mostly a phenomenon that is observed in marine organisms. Most of the life that emits bioluminescence is observed in the oceans, in the sea. However, we also can experience bioluminescent organisms in dry land, and the most common species are fireflies. There are mushrooms that are emitting bioluminescence, and of course bacteria, which is very interesting for our topic. It is a mesmerizing phenomenon. It has been described in myths and fairy tales. It has been an inspiration for artists and for many people who want to use this material in art and design. Some technical facts is that these organisms, some of these organisms are autogenic, like they create bioluminescence themselves, while other organisms are emitting this bioluminescence as a result of a symbiotic relationship with bacteria. So I will not bother you with all the historical facts, and I will go directly to the use. A use of bioluminescence is mostly in biotechnology and biomedical research. They are using this property of some organisms to emit light so that they can illuminate and somehow visualize some procedures of genetic modification. This is a transgenic tobacco plant. It has been exposed to film in the dark. One of the most, I will go to the modern experiments, but one of the most common examples of using bioluminescence in art, and the most controversial one, is the ALBA, the bioluminescent rabbit of the founder of transgenic art, Eduardo Katz. This is a controversial piece of art because it touches upon many issues about presence and representation, as to whether art should be focused in representation or the presence of life itself. And of course, this opened up a huge discussion about ethics in art and science, about what is ethical. And this controversy hasn't concluded yet. It is a matter of, let's say, the discussion starts if it is allowed to be used for biomedical purposes. Why not an artist? Why cannot an artist use this as a means of expression, this kind of technology? So this opened up a later generation of artists and hackers who used biohacking technology as a means of DIY science, as a means to educate people in communities about taking science in their own hands. So it is a big movement and it's still going on. I will show some examples of visual artists. This is actually a scientist and artist. It is not so easy for an artist to experiment with this material unless this artist is a scientist himself, herself. She is a geneticist, so it's possible for her to use this material. And this is a sequence of how this living organism that she's cultivating in these petri dishes is evolving throughout time. You can see that these bacteria, these organisms, have a very, very short lifetime. This is another example. There have been some experiments also with installation art and performance. You can find more details in the abstract if you want to look upon these artists. This is an opportunity only to show you some visual examples of their work. This is a music piece. It is an orchestra which is actually creating an atmosphere of a luminous, let's say, setting for a kind of operatic work. This is an installation, a workshop, and now I will move forward to the topic that I think is more interesting for lighting designers. This is a Dutch designer who is using this pendant LED light that is feeding on octopus bacteria that are growing around octopuses, and this light has a mechanism, so it moves. Here it is better to see. It moves and it recreates somehow the wave of the ocean. So this is a simulation of the ocean bioluminescence within a pendant LED lamp. The same designer has created also another version of her interpretation of bioluminescence for domestic use. This is called Spark of Light, and it is round. For this lamp, she is using bacteria that she is feeding in order to continue to glow. There have been some other experiments by Cambridge students in this popular competition. They have created a similar lamp that glows with bioluminescent bacteria. This is a patent, this is a company, it's called Glowy, and this company is patenting a technology where they can actually maintain for a longer period of time bulbs that recreate, can sustain bioluminescent light for domestic use and other purposes. This is Philips BioLight. It has been presented in some experimental form. As far as I know, it has not been in massive production so far. This is another experiment from the University of Wisconsin. It's called BioBulb. Then let's see some other prototypes. This is a wearable. This is a student and designer who created a bioluminescent device that is also activated and tuned with the heartbeat, which is an interesting gadget. It is a wearable. And this is a DinoPet. It is a popular Kickstarter design campaign. The founders of this campaign are asking for funds in order to be able to sell this in a wide scale, to create a commercial use of this pet that can be a lamp or a gadget in your office or in your house. There are some other products that are available online. I have not tried them yet. They say they are safe. They say they advertise they are safe for babies. They are from bacteria. This is also glow-in-the-dark ice cream that advertises it is created also by jellyfish bacteria. So I will state some results. They are not very rich because they don't come from research. They come only from leaflets and, let's say, the manuals of the companies. It is mostly comes from what the companies who are creating these applications advertise that these applications can do. So they advertise that this can actually reduce environmental footprint, which makes sense. It can improve life quality. I will explain how. And also it offers new design opportunities, which is also something fascinating. So the environmental footprint has to do with how much it can cover. There are I will go back and show you the MIT video about the engineers who claim that it is possible to use this technology to light up streets. So if it replaces street lighting or even domestic lighting or workspace lighting, it can reduce on a wide scale the environmental footprint. It doesn't consume energy. This is something we have already discussed. And also it doesn't produce any waste. What it produces is actually organic and it goes back to nature, to the environment. As far as the light quality is concerned, this cold light does not really affect a phenomenon that is called light pollution. And it is considered friendly for the human eyesight. It has soothing and mesmerizing effect, which is something that can be also disadvantaged. Like if you want to have a very strong light, it is not really suitable, at least at this stage of its development. And for design opportunities, it has the advantage that it can take any shape and form, and the possibilities of adaptation to different needs for the moment are infinite. So it sparks the imagination of many artists and light designers for this reason. So main disadvantages of this technology is that it's still in an experimental stage. So it requires funding for research. The biggest problem is the short life duration and that the fact that these organisms need to be constantly fed. There is also another threat that comes from the overpopulation of these bacteria. If you have too many bacteria, it may cause a malfunction in the lighting application that you use. And of course, there are other unpredictable factors that will only be discovered after a wide-scale application of this method. So the conclusion is that there is a case to actually go and make further research on a trial and error basis regarding this technology. We still don't have many cases, many measurements, much know-how, but it looks as if it is a potential technology to contribute towards environmental solutions regarding lighting design. And also it is an opportunity for artists to experiment with a material that is actually mesmerizing. So we are now, let's say, I have another 2 minutes, so I will go back to this fantasy or chimera of the Dutch designers about a wide-scale application of so BioGlow, it is in 2013, there were 3 biohackers from California who published a Kickstarter campaign to collect funding in order to materialize a biotechnology plan for creation of a glowing plant. And also, Roosgaard, the Dutch designer studio, started a company named BioGlow that is also trying to produce autonomously glowing plants. And he named this first plant Starlight Avatar. At least this is how he claims that this plant can be autonomously. And this is a video from MIT engineers. It doesn't say much about how these plants can be maintained, but MIT has also taken up on this cause of creating living plants that can actually emit bioluminescence for several hours. The maximum they advertise they can do it is for 4 hours in a row, which means that it needs much further optimization and development to reach into a stage where this light could actually replace the energy that we are now using. However, I think it is useful at this stage to discuss such opportunities, both for design and for art practice. And this is my time. I am on time to move to another speaker, which can be either the recorded session of, I have to stop sharing. How do I stop sharing? Do you still see my screen?
No.
Okay, perfect. So we can move on either to Ευτυχία Yanniou, who is the next speaker, or the pre-recorded version of Kyriaki Yannitsaridou, if it is available. I would like some feedback for this from
I don't have the record from Mrs. Yannitsaridou.
Okay, so we can move on with Ευτυχία Yanniou, who is also just finished our master course in lighting design. And I will take a short break to find out what, I will close my microphone and just try and find out what is wrong with the other presentation. So Ευτυχία will speak to us about the pioneer of cybernetic and kinetic art, Nicolas Scheffer. Do you want to start, Ευτυχία? Introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Ευτυχία Yanniou. I'm a postgraduate student of lighting design. Let me share my screen. My presentation is based on my thesis about kinetic art and Nicolas Scheffer especially. And we examine his artwork through contemporary trends and applications in light art. First of all, what is kinetic art? The simplest definition is art that depends on motion for its effect. We consider that modern kinetic art movement began in the 1920s. And here is a brief examination of the history and the most famous examples of kinetic art. Firstly, Naum Gabo made his first kinetic sculpture, and he used magnets and electricity, so he could make vibrating springs to move continuously. Secondly, the reflection projector of Laszlo Moholy-Nagy was the very first attempt of the beginning of the luminokinetic art movement, and it was a projector that could move mechanically. In the next slide, we can see the father of kinetic art, Alexander Calder, who made a motorized mobile. Mainly, it was made from wires and moving parts, and it was powered by the motion of the planets and the, forces of the balance. Next, we can see the Jean Tiglis artwork, which was inspired from Calder's mobiles. It was also playful, colorful, geometric shaped artwork that could move on 3 wheels. Next, we can see Taki's artworks that where he used magnets to create sound effects, and these antennas could move by the wind. And the next example is from Hatowitz, which was a cybernetic sculpture that could interact with the audience. It could detect movements, sounds, and temperature because it used sensors and microphones. Then in this slide, we will talk about Nicolas Scheffer, who was a pioneer artist who wanted to introduce the concept of movement in his artworks. Firstly, in his paintings, he used 2 techniques, an airbrush and a pendulum filled with paint, and he managed to make multi-layered surfaces, and through them there was given the impression of 3D compositions that were moving by the air. He was known for his sculptures, which he separated in 3 categories: spatial dynamism, luminodynamism, and chronodynamism. In the first category, he wanted to enrich the concept of space in his sculpture, so he got rid of compact and solid artworks and made sculptures from metal frames that are characterized by fullness and emptiness. Here we see some examples of his works that are in the first category, the spatial dynamic works. In the second category, he managed to produce light effects using motors and spotlights, and for the first time, he used built-in screens on his artworks. Here are some examples of his artworks: the Prisma, the Lumino, and the Lux. He made great reflections in the environment. And the third category, in this category, in his sculpture, he combined light, moving parts, colors, and motion of all the sculpture. And he managed to create continuous reflections. He invented the cybernetic art, which enabled a dialogue between the sculpture and the audience. And this is what we now call the interactive art. He made many spatial dynamics towers that were controlled by a computer, and they could move and create several lighting projections. And he used to put them in the cities where all the citizens could approach it and feel the interaction and know about his sculptures. Now we can see that many contemporary abstract artists made numerous artworks and have similarities with those of Sophers. In the first one, we see Tempo, an artwork from Tempo Studio that is a hanging sculpture that reminds of the spatial dynamic work and of Schaeffer, and both of them are lightweight and constructions that can move by the air. In the second example, we see RGB project from Artcom Studio that has many similarities with the artwork of Schaeffer Microtam, and both of them are consisted of discs that project lights, and the reflected light projections are very similar in both of the artworks. In the next example, it looks like George Reiki was inspired by the painting of Nicolas Schaeffer, and he created a dynamic kinetic sculpture based on this painting, and both of them gives us the impression that the lines are rotated in infinity. In the next example, we see Valeria's Divinorum project, where it is consisted of glass parts, and with the use of light spotlights, she can create several reflections in the environment that look like the results of the projection of Lux sculpture. Both of them are characterized by fullness and emptiness, and that's why the reflected lights are so similar. The last part of this presentation is about the project that is based in the combination of Nicolas Schaeffer works, spatial dynamic, Kildex, and Prism. And there's made a composition of two identical metallic structures that are hanging in the ceiling and can be rotated manually. They are consisted from square metallic frames that are combined with transparent colored plexiglass pieces, and there are 4 LED spotlights that enlighten them for each one. There are two scenarios made. In the first one, we see the lighting of only one moving construction, and the results of this lighting project is that there is a creation of a new space from the reflections that are made. The audience think that there are no limits in this dark room that these hanging structures are, because the only light they can see is from the reflections and nothing else. The visitor's attention is focused on this illuminated part of the room, and every visitor can manually rotate this structure, and he is responsible for all the generated light effects that are that he sees around him. In the second scenario, in this case, there is simultaneous movement of both structures, and the lighting of the two moving structures are in the same time. The reflections create a new space that make the audience believe that they are in a moving kaleidoscope. And these reflections are very similar to the visual effects from Prism, Nicolas Fer artwork. In conclusion, what I have to say is that the concept of movement has always been a great field of investigation. And with the combination of elements such as lighting and sound effects, can together create a dozen sets of unprecedented experiences. Nicolas Fer was very an innovative artist who wanted to transform modern sculpture by the elements of space, light, time in his construction. And he introduced us with new terms such as cybernetic art and automation. And based on his techniques and knowledge, contemporary artists combined his techniques with digital trends and developed them further by making new projects with those combinations.
Okay, I would like to thank very much Eftichia for her presentation. It is something that, thank you Eftichia very much. It is something now that we need to discuss also with Mr. Zarepoulos. Like Kyriaki said, she has already sent a pre-recorded video of her presentation. We are 5 minutes early in our schedule, so I don't know if we should squeeze in this pre-recorded version or move into our next panelist, which is our 3 panelists, are Panagiotis Nikolidakis, Thanos Balafoutis, and Yannis Kopeteas. So I don't know if Mr. Zarepoulos is with us, or what should we do? I would say let's move on and see if we have time later. There are some Q&A queuing, so we will have some time for discussion later. So let's move, if all the panel of the next presentation is here, we can move on with a presentation about lighting and procedures for creating a suitcase theater performance, a theater out of its conventional space, street theater. So I give you microphone to the next speakers. I close mine. You need to unmute.
Yes. I'm still here, sorry.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Now, as you mentioned before, I will present a research concerning lighting and procedures for creation of case theater performance, the theater out of conventional space, street theater. Now we'll share my presentation. Yeah. All right. Well, this research was conducted in collaboration and under supervision of Mr. Balafoutis and Mr. Skopeteas. The research developed a topic that has use of lighting outside the theaters, in abandoned buildings, public spaces to be restored, degraded neighborhood. Theatrical light methods and issues are analyzed, methodology that is developed to support related performance, and end with a presentation of a specific example. This research deals with outdoor performance with the characteristic of an open-air theater, evolution of street theater with emphasis on movement and attitude, interactivity in theater and urban environment, recovery of public spaces. Take under consider the quatrain of movement, light, space, and perception. Interaction with the buildings appears also taken under consider. It comes to answer a question as how can light, read in a scene in uncontrolled condition, interact so that actors exchange roles with the audience, encourage movement and become part of the scene of the space, display everyday life in places as a memory is of great importance in the theater. Reference is made to urban and public space according to modern cities and urban transformations. Due to the fact that the emergence of modern cities also mean the change of uses, that requires urban transformation and analyzed to urban revitalization, recovery, social segregation, revival, aim at in the social, economic, and urban restoration on various areas of the urban fabric with an emphasis to the center. Cultural consumption, the organization of festivals through architectural design in the effort to prevent the economic recession of cities, and creation of new improved urban images as is in downtown and degraded neighborhoods. But can public space be a theatrical stage? The city, like the theater, comes to express the social and political affair as is the place for the position of historical memory with a political and social ferment, was elements of drama dependent on the use, is a living and evolving space where the user is called to interact, governed by changing conditions while maintaining the characteristic of surprise, aims at restoration and recovery, has different scales. Identity of street theater. Street theater is a form of theatrical performance and presentation in open public spaces without a specific audience. Street theater comes from a radical political theater in 1940s decade in Calcutta. Operates in India in 1980s and 1990s. Take card from Augusto Boal, Brazilian playwright and social activist, was inspired by Marxism, established with the necessity of keeping the traditional recede. The main characteristics of street theaters are dramatization of social and political issue, the fact that deals with controversial social and political issue, encourage dialogue between actors and spectators, active participation in the experiential involvement of the spectators, highlights open spaces. As a mean of information and communication, light offer a special experience through its manipulation, fulfill the cultural, functional, and expressive requirements of a particular project, create tension, surprise, and illusions, evoke visual experience that conveys specific emotion, encourage movement and stasis. Interactive lighting is utilized in production of space and time, separation and correlation between actor and enlightenment. The result is measurable with emotional extension and mental contacts. Form in space creating atmosphere, quantitative and qualitative characteristic of light, that is the color and intensity of light from different directions while changing, And while the observer can either define himself as an ordinary spectator to be involved in the result, he becomes an illuminator. We continue with the presentation of a theatrical event that take place in Chania city. Those are some aspects how we can organize a theatrical performance and lighting. And we have to take account architecture, urban lighting equipment, the light reflected by the building elements as well as the bodies, the shadows created by the light. And for record and present the results, we operate for stage simulation, Archicad, Atlantis, and Photoshop, and manage for lighting equipment, existing lighting, LED lighting fixtures. Now, we will introduce the project area. Chania is divided on 4 sectors regarding to the old town. We take into account 3 dominant elements that determine the urban fabric of the old town of Chania, and that is the Hebrew, the Turkish, and the Greek in a coexistence with influence of the Venetian period. The object of planning is organizing and performing the theatrical event are public promenade and stop areas that turn into a backdrop for show. We will focus on a few urban planning elements of Chania city. To the west, a large number of small spaces. To the east, few spaces large in size and non-private in the majority. It houses many recreational uses. The gathering of residents and visitors in the coastal zone is intensely seasonal. Age of construction, dense construction, and lack of courtyards. Lack of restoration, maintenance in buildings. Reduced lighting, sound and ventilation conditions due to narrow roads. And there is a simpler form of building. Next. There are some theatrical instructions that are given to actors. To act as guides and lead to different parts of the show, to be inspired by teamwork but also by topography, inspire the spectators to react, associate the speech or use their own text, to have a continuous sequence of images and stimuli, their movements to become part of the scene and to project everyday life. React, of course, to music and lights.
Yeah.
In addition, scene agreement is that the approach, yes, the approach to be dramatic, condition of emotional charge, act without specific log or verbal meanings, and to invest in the creation of appropriate conditions that will lead to the definition of a relationship between user and public space. We requested from actors to fragmentary character of scenes visualized through a random arrangement of words and phrases, the movement to be effortlessly visible. The atmosphere is not recognized as familiar and challenge you to explore it. Being the light with whatever parts of their body they choose and with the desired lighting duration. The absence of backdrops is chosen so that light is important in the transmission of meanings. For lighting design, we installed blue light from LED floor lighting fixture placed in the 2 front corners of the stage. Blue light illuminating upwards. Bend and turns angles and are constantly changing in relation to the position of the actors. Warm light to the actors from position on the sides and up. Different light color of the actors from the urban environment for separation for different properties and roles. Environment with unreal elements and change with feeling. We come in conclusion that background lighting enhances the 3-dimensional form of the actors. The front lighting creates more dramatic scenes. The intensity of light is higher in happy scenes than in the others. Alternative warm and cool light creating horizontal zone of light parallel to the scene, increasing the scenes of depth. Blue color combined with urban lighting and existing structure to the space causes confusion and unconventional atmosphere. When the shadows are not intense, the drama of the show decreases. We are certain that concerning parameters that should be managed by lighting designers, such as direction, interest to direction data, are deep understanding of the principle of play and meaning that creators want to express through movement and music, audience that participates and to whom play is addressed, to be able to decode message through a conscious or non-conscious process as the public is characterized by different sensitivity, emotional condition, different response to light properties, different artistic and emotional sensitivity. In terms to lighting solution are considered as appropriate colors, intensities, directions, alternatives, properties, and light flags, and are utilized. Consider 8 urban lighting public space have their own lighting, private lighting that have their own lighting and affect the scene, other data as architectural light that is reflected on the building, bodies, the shadows that are created. Furthermore, lighting have to be less statistic, to be an element of highlighting space and movements, become a means of transmitting meanings, an independent performer who acts by defining his own performance, alters correct fixed lighting conditions that do not transmit message, Peter transporter, allows the actor to use the lighting performance of the scene, feedback lighting, kinesiological, theatrical, and personal experience. And finally, we suggest optimal performance of the plasticity of movement and scapular forms. This is in order to increase theatricality and drama of the scene, correlation of color and urban environment, varying and intensity increase the sense of direction, use of synesthesia tool to combine light with sounds and movement, use of set of lighting rules without repetitive process and techniques. Thank you.
So I would like to thank you very much for your presentation, Panagiotis. I have, in the meantime, I have already the presentation of Kyriaki in my email. I don't know if I should move on. If Yannis Kopeteas wants to proceed, we can take a little bit of time from the Q&A and just show the first presentation that was accidentally lost in the email. So if Yannis Skopeteas wants to proceed,
yes, here I am.
Yes, so we are 5 minutes early in our schedule, which means we can also steal a little bit of 5 more minutes and show 10 more minutes and show from the break and show the other presentation. So we can proceed with Yannis Kopeteas, who has a presentation about the theory and evaluation of film lighting.
Yes, thank you. Let me make it full screen. I can't. Okay, no problem. So, theorizing and evaluating film lighting. Film lighting in film production is a significant output of the cinematography discipline, which is the part of the film image production that concerns the process of recording what is in front of the camera lens on data-sensitive material. In other words, cinematography is a photographic practice that concerns both lighting and frame composition during the recording of the moving images. However, while international and Greek film theory is quite huge, considering film narration, film content, direction, film genres, and themes, it remains quite obscure when it refers to cinematography and film lighting, as it neither considers them as a distinct field of aesthetic research, nor classifies them into modes and trends. Several attempts to provide a straight classification of cinematographic elements have always concentrated on some of them and never as a whole, that is, as a special type of photographic art, and there are several examples such as books of Henderson, by Dignac, by McDougall, by Bachter, by Eisenstein, by Dreyer, by Johnson, by Winston, by Neal. Therefore, an important theoretical question remains unanswered. How can we evaluate cinematography and more specifically film lighting design and methods in a film? What aspects in the film image should the researcher take into consideration in order to classify and comment on film lighting modes and trends? The aim of this paper is to clarify the evaluation criteria in a scientific way and propose a process within which film and lighting research critics and practitioners may comment and evaluate the lighting in a film or other audiovisual work. The methodology adopted is a pure bibliographical one concerning the approaches used so far by film critics and theorists. In the Greek labor legislation, let's see what we are talking about. In the Greek labor legislation, there is a formal indirect definition of this practice. The director of photography, that is the DOP, is considered as the person who, following the instructions of the director, is responsible for the photographic technique and the artistic quality of the recorded images in the shooting process in interior or exterior locations. In particular, the director of photography is responsible for the lighting of the setting, the framing, and the composition of the shots, etc., etc. That is, all this is including the Presidential Decree 160 of 1980. In the Greek practice, according to all major cinematographers, both young and old, the film belongs to the director who decides on everything. The cinematographer's role is to serve the vision of the director by carrying out his projects. During and before, during, and after shooting, the director of photography, the director, and the cameraman, as well as their assistants, are fully or partly responsible for technical issues such as the appropriate film stock in terms of frame proportion, speed and image quality, the types of cameras and supportive equipment used, the lenses and their focal length quality, the local focal length, quality, definition, diffusion and sharpness, the type of filters used, the aperture used, the speed of recording and the focusing distances, the development and the print of the film according to the initial planning, as well as the quantity of lighting and supportive equipment selected, the intensity of lighting equipment, the position of the lighting equipment, the means of lighting diffusion, the color temperature provided by the lighting equipment. These technical decisions, as taken by the filmmakers, are the very first level of the cinematographic and lighting practice. However, a plethora of texts have been written about these elements. As Lindgren put it as early as 1948, the three basic factors that govern the image of a film frame are the form of the movement, the position of the camera in relation to the object, and the way in which the object is lit. Therefore, following the major theoretical handbooks, the lighting issues governed by the cinematographer, the lighting designer, are the lighting quality, either hard lighting or soft lighting, the lighting mood, either warm or cool, the lighting contrast. This term refers to the relationship between the key and the fill light. It is either high, low, or medium contrast. The lighting tonality, which is either high key or low key, or graduated tonality, and the effect in color, that is the impact of lighting on the saturation and the hue of the color in clothes, scenery, etc. The basic distinction refers to strong saturated colors or muted desaturated ones. All the above occur in lighting cinematography regardless of the film genre, the film mode, or the film length. The multiple and variable uses of these factors have de facto proved their expressive potential. Therefore, they have been called elements, or conventions, or codes, or techniques of apparent and significant use. Any research on cinematography, on lighting and cinematography has to count, interpret, and analyze these elements. The next question is how we can do this. So, this paper proposes a four-step process of evaluation based on scientific methods and not just comments like, I like this movie, I like this lighting is fabulous, or whatever. The first step is, according to my research, is first of all, we have to determine the style where the majority of the shots belong to, via a statistical style analysis, that is the registration and counting of the cinematographic elements of lighting per se, as well as the frequency with which they are used in the film images. This provides a quantitative and structural analysis based on the methods first introduced in film theory by Barry Salt as early as 1976 and followed by Mark Corkman in 1994. Here is an example. Here is a real example from the film El Greco and from a very old, I think 5 years ago, dissertation in the app. Here we see a table of the results. And here the student has counted the first 100 shots of the film El Greco, the famous film by Yannis Maragdis. And here you see that the student counts looked at one by one all the first 100 shots and counted them according to their diffusion, their contrast, the color temperature, their intensity, the colors, the time last, and also there is a short description at the end. Of course, I don't have all the tables here, but you can imagine that it follows like this, and there are results at the end. And in this way, we can have a scientific first approach to the lighting of this specific movie and define what is the lighting in this movie without even look at it. Then, step 2 is to determine the overall style and visual arts tradition where these shots belong to. Especially of the major scenes. This means that we have to refer to the great traditions in lighting in terms of painting and photography as well. Normally there are 3 major trends: expressionism, realism, and naturalism, and sometimes some critics say there is a 4th one, functionalism, that is the lighting used in television, big studios for news programs and things like this. Here is an example of course, as you may imagine, the film El Greco by Yannis Maragdis and Aris Stavru, his director of photography, is dominated by expressionist lighting, but also there are other naturalistic scenes like the one on the right, where we can see the studio of El Greco and his assistants and whatever, when he was in no, I think it's the studio of Veronese actually, when El Greco was in Italy. So, third step is to propose functions and meaning for this kind of lighting within the context of the narrative of the major scenes and the whole film. As said above and mentioned by the Greek law, lighting and cinematography in any film does not have an autonomous role, but functions as a servant of the narrative and overall meaning of the film. So in this step, we have to define how cinematography, how lighting serves the meaning of the narrative of this specific shot and this specific scene, which is very, very important to understand the meaning of the scene and the meaning of the shot. And the 4th step is to define a thesis about the links of this lighting style with the tradition, the maker's background, and the cultural context of the film. This means that we have to define the relationship of lighting with the conditions under which it was designed, from the photographic context to the filmic context, and then the production context, the cultural, economic, and political factors which influence film aesthetics. So actually we have quantitative and qualitative methods used, and the purpose, in my opinion, the purpose of every evaluation, critical comment or scientific approach is to be objective, reliable, and integrated. A judgment referring to good or bad or inspiring lighting, which are the main and the most common comments that we see in reviews, especially in sites or newspapers, is of no value, because they just express the subjective opinion of the reviewer only based on his personal taste and knowledge. Therefore, this paper tries to propose 4 scientific methods in a step-by-step process that may altogether lead to objective, reliable, and integrated conclusions. For example, the implementation of the above 4 steps to the film El Greco by Yannis Maragdis and Aris Stavru leads to a conclusion that says its film lighting, the film lighting of El Greco, is dominated by shots with diffusion, contrast, color, temperature in the analogies you see here in the table. That is, 72% is hard lighting, 28% is soft lighting, 72% is high contrast, 28% is low contrast, 54% is warm lighting, 46% is cool lighting, and then 72% is low key, 28% is high key, and the colors are normally bright by 81% dominate. Okay, and then now we see at this board, at this table, and we have a very clear idea, even if we have never seen El Greco, the film, how this film has been lit. Then we can define easily that this film refers directly to expressionistic ideas of the Renaissance, that is chiaroscuro, etc., the era of where El Greco lived in. Then we can say that it is based on the ideas about the sublime and the human as seen by El Greco in the period he lived. And also we may say that this lighting is affected by the ideas of Smaragdis about the Greek identity, because he underlines he underlines the characteristic of El Greco that he was coming from Greece, from Crete. And also this kind of production reflects the European way of filmmaking, producing and lighting. An American Hollywood studio would never have this kind of film, would never produce this kind of film in this way of lighting. So I think this is a pretty decent scientific approach to an aesthetic issue, such as film lighting, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Yannis. It was a really good presentation, and now we have just about enough time to start the video of you are 5 minutes early, more than 5 minutes early, so we have enough time to squeeze the video of Kyriaki. I can play it from my laptop. Wait a second. Okay. I don't know. I don't know if it is possible to play it from another computer. I think my computer is too slow. Kyriaki, just send it again in the conference email, Gmail, Lights Gmail. I don't know who has access to this email.
It seems that it needs another media player.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I think
YouTube. Yeah. But also my laptop is not the fastest one. So if technical support has a way to play it from another computer,
we will send it to the technical support, but I think it's quite late now. I will try to send it now. Okay.
Okay. So we can move forward to the Q&A, and if we have a solution to this problem, we can stop sharing now. So I have a wonderful question, and I wanted to reply earlier, but okay, now it's more time for discussion. Olympia Ardavani asks, she says like she would like to make a remark in case of transgenic plants, and she comments that the light effect may become permanent as they are gifted with such a property. It is actually what they are trying to do now in MIT, and for in terms of street lighting, we have another question coming. So I will answer the first question, and then we will ask a second question to Mr. Nikolidakis. So for the first question, as regards to street lighting, yes, this is what they are trying to do. Of course, my comment on your comment is what can be considered permanent when we are speaking about a living organism, like even a tree. For sure, a tree has a much longer life expectancy than bacteria. Bacteria can stay alive from a few hours until a few days. Plants for sure can stay alive longer, but trees are expected to live, let's say, several years, which is something more than we expect from an electricity lamp. Like even electricity lamps have a time limit. So yes, if it comes to discuss about transgenic trees, it is possible to maintain for a long time period. Yes. This is what they are trying to do. The property. Yes, when we are speaking about a plant, yes, as long as the plant is alive. Bacteria are short-living organisms. They don't stay alive longer than a few hours or maximum a few days. But the technology, I will summarize. Technology has these three forms. One form is bacteria. The other form is algae. Algae like dinoflagellates are algae that can live longer than bacteria. And they can also maintain if you constantly feed them. But they have a tendency to overpopulate. This is the problem with algae. And then it comes to plants, and the technology that is considered for street lighting are bigger plants like trees. But still, it is in a very experimental process. Even the trees have difficulty to grow. They are living organisms. We have to know what they are sensitive to. They will need watering, and they will need other kind of maintenance. So if Olympia is covered, we can move to the next question, which is Kaliroi Platsika. She wants to ask Mr. Nikolidakis. I don't know if you want to speak in the microphone.
Yes, of course.
Okay,
well,
so you can answer, yeah, you can answer the question live.
Okay, and here it's the video, but well, we know that public space is perceived as a living and evolving space where the user is called to interact with it. The public space outdoor is not governed by the same rules. So it's understood that the space itself does not have any dramatical elements, theatrical elements. So that's we first choose is the scenario, and after the scenario, we'll arrive around the city, some places that can support this the meaning we want to transfer. In conclusion, prevalent emotions that modes such as we want to express nostalgia, disgust, anger, sadness, seek expression under the limits and restriction of public space. In this theater, the Swedish theater, the absence of scenes setting in the urban environment and highlight the light, make it in combination with the movement, the attitude, the speech dominant to transmit the meaning. So the answer is yes, it depends on the scenario first.
So, would you like to ask any more questions? I think, I don't know. Do we have any other questions? Oh, there's another
I
one.
would like to ask a question to Mr. Skopeteas, if possible. We have another question from the audience?
It is
Oh, no,
thank you.
Okay. Yes, your presentation was very interesting, and I would like to know if this methodology can be applied to any type of movie, whether it is any type of film, whether it's a documentary or a biography or anything else.
Yes, definitely. I mean, it is not mine. I mean, I didn't invent it, but I tried to combine methodologies used so far in film criticism. Film criticism is not does not have a tradition of like the classical arts and sciences, like, let's say, criticism in architecture. Criticism in architecture is centuries, has a tradition of centuries. Criticism in film criticism is just some decades. It's very, very narrow one. So we try right now to find the tools how we can judge, how we can comment, scientifically comment on lighting or other elements of film. So yes, this method, these steps can apply to every kind of genre, every kind of film exist so far, either documentary or news program or television programs or film or whatever. Of course, the how do we say, the highlight of these films, of this artwork, is the feature film, because there, like in this film El Greco, you can apply very different ideas. For instance, in the film that we are talking about, the El Greco, the director of photography, the lighting designer, tried to imitate painting of the paintings of El Greco, which is quite normal. While there are scenes of the judges of El Greco and the other people, not in the atelier, not in the studio of El Greco, but outside of it. Well, there the lighting was different. That is, when we see El Greco, the director of photography tried to imitate the lighting in the paintings of El Greco. But when we have scenes outside of the studio of El Greco, then the lighting is more naturalistic and more like a documentary, let's say. So, but we have to define this. So we need the tools to say, yes, you can see there are two different kinds of light in this feature film, and we definitely say that this film is like this and not like this. That is, we don't need just comments saying that it's a good cinematography or bad cinematography or clever cinematography or whatever, because that's how normally the film critics comment on lighting and cinematography. We need something specific to describe cinematography, to describe lighting. This is a method. This is a combination of methods, actually, for every film, for every artwork. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We haven't got an email with video, so I don't know how we can continue. I cannot hear you.
It says it is in LIGHTS2020 at easychair.org.
No, that is a no reply account. It's where you put you submit the papers. The conference email is the ecoslight.project@gmail.com.
Okay, maybe I should send it now, or you think it is too late?
It depends on the size. If it's quick, we can.
It is quick, yeah. ecoslightproject@gmail.
Can you send it? Can you send it to me so I can try and play it back?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm sending it now.
Okay. Okay, I have it. I'll try to play it back now. Do you see what I'm seeing? My screen?
Yes.
Okay. Do you listen to what I'm listening?
No.
No. Okay, just a minute. I will do it again. I did not share the sound, that's why.
Hello, my name is Kyriaki Ginzaridou and I am an ICT
Now you hear it?
in a
Yes,
primary
yes.
school in Iraklion, Crete. This is my presentation with the title Electronic Art in the 20th Century, the case of Frank Joseph Malina, a STEAM methodology educational program for primary school children. The subject of the research has to do with, first, the pioneers of early kinetic art and luminokinetic art. Second, the work of pioneer artist and scientist Frank Malina. It explores his multi-talented personality and influence not only on artists on his time, but also his descendants. And third, it's the design of an art and science educational program for primary school children that combines contemporary digital programming tools with basic principles of light design and visual perception that allows school children to get more familiar with luminokinetic art. Kinetic art officially emerged as an artistic movement in the 50s, but artists' need to express themselves through movement pre-existed. We can see it in the works of Monet, Marcel Duchamp, and Picasso. The pioneers of early kinetic art and luminokinetic art integrated computer science and lighting technology in their work. Luminokinetic art came a bit later in the 60s as a subset of kinetic art. Luminokinetic artists took advantage of light as a medium and used it to express themselves. Social political changes and developments in technology in the 50s and 60s had an impact on art. Artists explored the possibilities of motion and light as means of expression, using mechanical and electronic elements as well as electricity. Around 1955, the American artist and scientist Frank Malina suggested a renewal in the art of moving light. Frank Malina was born in 1912 in Brigham, Texas. He was a child of Czech immigrants and a rare combination of scientist and artist. He graduated California Institute of Technology, Caltech, and became interested in rocket engineering in the 30s, when rocketry and space travel was at that time a science fiction dream. From 1947 to 1953, he worked for UNESCO as counselor and head of the Division Scientific Research. Until his death, he was an active member of International Astronautics Federation. His dream was a lunar international laboratory where scientists, astronauts, and technologists from different countries could work together for peaceful purposes in space. From 1953 to the end of his life, Malina turned his full energy to visual arts. He is recognized today as one of the great pioneers of light and motion in art. He created more than 250 works using electric light in motion. He founded Leonardo, a magazine of arts and science, and was its editor from 1967 to 1968. All his works involve the use of electric light with light and color patterns in continuous motion. The subjects of his art involve science, technology, space. For him, movement was a fact, an aspect of modern life, and it would be like tying our hands behind our backs not to use this important element in the visual arts. We can say there are four major classifications in Malina's work: the electropaintings, the lumidyne system, the reflectodyne system, and the polaridyne system. According to the famous architect and light designer Richard Kelly, three are the results of light. Focal glow, which draws attention, separates the important from the unimportant, helps people see. Ambient luminescence, which is without any focus. It's comfortable light and relaxing. And third, play of brilliance, which refers to various lighting effects that can be created by the play of light on objects or spaces. It arouses the eye and curiosity. The purpose of the educational program is to familiarize children with the effects of light, in particular the play of brilliance, through the work of Frank Malina. It is based on STEAM methodology, which is an augmented evolution of STEM teaching approach with the addition of a representing art. The program is aimed at primary school children of 6th grade who have basic programming knowledge with blocks. The goals of the program for the students were to get familiarized with the effects of light, in particular play of brilliance, to get familiar with kinetic art and Frank Malina through his work, to learn to connect the microcontroller to the programming environment, to learn to use a virtual Arduino, create an algorithm in Tinkercad, and simulate circuit in Tinkercad platform. And last but not least, to develop a communicative and spirit of cooperation. At first, a presentation was shown to students regarding Frank Malina, luminokinetic art, light and its effects, especially play of brilliance. Then students had a class about how to build a virtual application in Tinkercad platform using a virtual Arduino and virtual LEDs. They also watched videos of Frank Malina's work, Sing and Source, and Mitosis. The experiment was implemented also with a real Arduino and LEDs in classroom in a dark environment, so the effects of light would be shown more intense. Next, we see some photos from the schools the experiment took place. These are the first three and the other ones. In this experiment, children generally knew what light was, but did not associate the concept of light with information. They did not know the effects of light, nor they had ever heard of kinetic art or Frank Malina. All students remembered concepts and names, especially Frank Malina's. They were impressed that so many years ago someone was working with space, rockets, UNESCO and art and all that successfully. After seeing the videos, Sing and Source and mitosis, they were asked which effect of light was recognized in them. All students answered play of brilliance. In this teaching scenario, students did not have any knowledge of the subject, but the knowledge that was acquired was retained. 4 days later, they were talked about Frank Malina and play of brilliance. Art was and is a special form of expression. With the discovery of electricity and the electric generator, many artists were able to capture aspects of the human environment that relate to light, motion, the sun, space, color, and its changes, using them to create kinetic art. Movement, dynamism, duration, color, and interaction are some of the elements through which artists of luminokinetic art express themselves. The educational program that was designed and implemented was effective in enhancing creative thinking, student participation, and cognitive goals. Students completed all the activities successfully, understood the term kinetic art, met Frank Malina, and became familiar with his work. They fully understood the term play of brilliance and were able to recognize it in Malina's work. The combination of ICT, art and science brought strong positive educational and student learning impressions and created the appropriate background for the repetition of the scenario in different groups of students. Thank you for watching me.
Okay, so does anybody have a question or comment? I don't know who can answer, or if we can have a small conversation on this, the project.
The only thing I would like to add for just giving some kind of credit to Kyriaki, who is not present, is that her abstract is included in the current version of Leonardo Abstracts, which is an MIT publication, and it is a success also for our postgraduate students.
Great. So thank you very much for chairing this session. This brings this virtual room to a close. We will continue the final session, the closing remarks of the conference in the other room, virtual room A, which you have access through either the Zoom links from our site or through the YouTube links. So thank you very much for attending this conference. I think it was a very interesting conference, as it provided a lot of multidisciplinary lectures and some very interesting ones. So thank you very much for attending.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You. We thank you.
Do we start directly? Move to the other room?
They haven't finished yet, but the program says in 5 minutes. So I guess we will move there and close the session.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.